Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we are back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Monday, April 23rd, and we are back in business. Hopefully, let's just make sure we've got everything where we want it. There we go. Tragic Master's already on the chat saying, Hearthstone root, good day everyone. Hope the gamers are awesome. The games are awesome for you today, for you all today. Thanks, Tragic Master. Let's see, what do we have to do today to start off with? Why on the Asian account do I not have a spin? Well, I may have started a little bit early. So, we have no overlap with the Rogue Warrior, where it's win 3 games. I don't feel like this has been made any easier. Maybe it was win 5 games before for 60 gold, but even at that, it doesn't feel like it's been a major change. And then cast spells. Let's see. This will be back in 2 days. I spent the weekend not recording because basically, I'm assuming I was correct in that I had an ear infection and still probably slightly do, but I'm recovering from it, so it's not too bad anymore. So instead, I scheduled a lot of videos, but not all of them. I'm almost done, but I still have 2 or 3 pages. And watched Lemony Snicket's a series of unfortunate events. Let's see, I guess we're just going to play Druid Warrior on Netflix Season 2. Season 2 ends on a bit of a cliffhanger, but without a song, so I'm a little disappointed in that. The Hearthstone related thing I did, however, is I went back in here and I made some wild decks just on my own. That way, if we have anything like spell, for instance, we can just do that now, right? This is back to me building my own decks and not listening to Hearthstone replay.net. It seems like there's kind of some high restrictions on hsreplay.net, and they're probably not getting enough metadata from newer players and players that just don't have all the cards. So to get in line with their suggested meta decks for standard play, I'm gonna need a lot of dust, and I just don't think that's super realistic, like that's gonna happen until maybe the next expansion. There's just cards that are missing. So in the meantime, I'm just going to have to build my own decks, which I'm just fine with that too. At least for the Asian and European account. So this is a standard, what I loved about the Priest style deck. Although it is more heavily built around playing spells and playing Priest cards. Which I think is still a daily quest, is to play specific character classes cards. It is not particularly a deck designed around succeeding 100%, but it is also not a deck that's just a random collection of the first 30 Priest cards I could play. There was some actual thought put into this, and some actual effort put into this. That being said, it's also a wild deck, and I'm not sure if maybe the Asian and European accounts should possibly be in wild play more. Like, it might be that only standard players who specifically just have started like right now with the most recent expansion are they may be the only people that really benefit from playing standard. It might be that everybody now is in a much better place to let's see. Well, I'm gonna try and toss this out, but I'm gonna have to silence a minion to do that, so I'm gonna go and silence this one. Yep. No counterspell? Oh wow. No counterspell. Okay. Oops. Well, let's go ahead and attack with this. Let's see what that does. Attack here and attack here. And see, I just don't have anything to heal. This deck is too built around healing. We have a huge amount of news to talk about today. A lot of things came around the weekend. I did spend some of the Friday, maybe Saturday, specifically building like I was specifically building up and filtering out a lot of the what's on Steam garbage. There is a new website that I want to ask people's opinion on. So there's a lot of controversy with the hashtag change the channel awesome stuff. I think there's probably more controversy in it than most people would even recognize, because while it seems like Channel Awesome was a pretty terrible place to partner with or work for, whatever you want to describe it as, because the content producers, most of them were not ever really employees by any legal stance, although maybe they should have tried to make that argument in court, like the Uber contractors have tried to do. That a lot of the content creators are also a bunch of, I mean, it's a really oversimplification, but it seems like they're a bunch of whiny snowflake SJWs that are trying to write a narrative in their 66-page complaint letter that they put public. I'm not saying any of their grievances were invalid, but also there was certainly an agenda there. It seems to, as I've seen more and more things on YouTube, and YouTube has more and more recently been pushing me towards more conservative, anti-liberal, anti-SJW content, which it's kind of funny. It's like YouTube is radicalizing me against itself, because that is YouTube in a nutshell, as a company. It seems like a lot of the content creators, particularly the content creators that weren't even making video game content, got super into the whole Gamergate thing and was super arguing back and forth between that, and they pushed for a lot of other people to get fired, and there was this whole Blistered Thumbs website that Channel Awesome tried to do, and then it fell apart. And so one of the creators that worked on Blistered Thumbs and went on to make this website, TechRaptor. And that's what I want to ask is, should I trust TechRaptor? Because their website clearly is built around the concept, as far as I've seen so far, of ethics in games journalism, which is something I've complained about personally, and something I want there to actually exist. And I'm not talking just ethics in games journalism as in it's a code word that that we're still fighting Gamergate. I mean, it was before and after. There have been many instances of most games journalists not knowing how to write articles, not knowing the English language, not being edited, not cozying up to the developers and the companies that make games to an inappropriate, unprofessional amount. We see it over and over again. And a lot of it is in channels that at one time, at least, I definitely was a fan of. Like Giant Bomb, as it gets more and more about a personality of specific people, has them bring in a lot of people from the video game industry and be very friendly to them, beyond what would just be a professional courtesy or a professional distance. And that's my little niche. I mean, there's certainly a lot of problems in all journalism of just people not being ethical and people writing very biased, intellectually dishonest articles. So I would really like to see if TechRaptor is the news source. I mean, you hear me almost every single stream. They're playing this same old thing. Here's the problem with playing freaking Wild right here is anytime I play Wild, I'm gonna run up to some mage trying to play this thing. So we're still in this point where we kind of need something nerfed. Like, you really need something nerfed. If this was just your spells cost one less, but no less than 0, or no less than 1, or if you change this one's even easier to change. He adds a fireball to your hand at the end of your turn. That would be very helpful. Now, of course, my fear is that people are going to tell me don't read TechRaptor. I'm going to start reading and following TechRaptor on Twitter and getting my news from them, and they are going to be such a swing in the other direction that they have biases too. But it's kind of hard to have an extremely conservative bias that really affects your review of a game, of a video game. I mean, I don't know how you really do that until you start getting to the point where you're just not playing video games at all. Like, if you're saying GTA is too violent, if you're saying Far Cry 5 is an attack on Christians, I mean, at that point you probably have a problem with every single game that exists, and I think you push yourself out of the video games industry, and you just are then you lose all credibility. But yeah, I'm starting probably on the wrong topic. All I wanted to say is, if anybody has any experience with TechRaptor, if anybody else knows any good video game news sources, particularly I'd like to keep it on Twitter feeds, but if I have to go somewhere else, YouTube feeds are good too. I'm having little bits of problems with a lot of the people. Like, the no on YouTube is problematic to watch because it's too slow and doesn't add enough details, whereas a lot of YouTube channels just say the same thing over and over again. Let's move on to our first bit of news. Your Gamer has The Binding of Isaac prequel, The Legend of Bumbo, gets its first gameplay trailer. So it's been quite a few years now since I played The Binding of Isaac. There's still, frankly, quite a bit of Isaac stuff that I could play. And like I don't even think I have Afterbirth DLC on my account right now. But it's also really hard to go back to that. Like I can't see a justification in my head to go back and spend more time on The Binding of Isaac. Everybody knows that it is probably the best roguelike game, top-down roguelike game that exists. And it's certainly probably the most supported after release game to have ever come out, with patch after patch after patch. Well, this prequel, The Legend of Bumbo, is you're playing as Bumbo, which is I think the shopkeeper, and it is more of a match 3 game. Like match 3, match 4 game that when you make matches gives you attacks. And what's really interesting in this trailer is how the flat 2D animation is now more like cardboard cutouts in a 3D environment. So like there's some really cool looking improvements in just animation technology that I'm seeing there. So I probably would like to play Legend of Bumbo. I probably won't play it anywhere as long as well, the Binding of Isaac. Binding of Isaac, I suppose, would also have been a great game for me to come back and play multiple times over and over again when I was just taking breaks and not really recording. And I have done a little bit of that, but I've also been playing some puzzle games that I covered but were too boring to actually. Let's just do this and this and then this. I guess we could do that. I don't believe The Legend of Bumbo is I didn't even see the release date on it, actually. They're still working on it, so it's probably pretty early. We have Alex Diaz saying hi on the chat. Hi. We've got a game on Steam called Anoix. Anoix? And what kind of game is this? Okay, I will say this looks like a 3D version of a student project. But it does have an interesting concept because it's Arkanoid, but Arkanoid with a circle happening. And so there's this outer ring in which the ball cannot hit, I assume. I'm not actually seeing anybody lose, so. And then you move the panel back and forth. And in the inner parts are some destructible cubes and spheres that I assume are asset flips. It does seem like it is the beginning of an idea for a game. The problem is it's 40% off right now for $5.99, and it has like 2 positive, 1 negative reviews, and the 1 negative is in Russian. Like, let's keep on playing. while we're doing this. We need to move through these games, so like I give out a lot of details. This developer has made like 3 other free-to-play games, and this is the first one that they have on Steam for sale, it looks like. But I mean, you can't. It's half an idea, certainly it needs more. Next game we have is a game called My Safe House. It says it's an indie action survival thriller. It looks like an asset flip. The problem with any of these games set in a house is that there are entire Unity houses out there, and Unity or Unreal houses as assets. And let's see, what is the description? After hearing loud thuds and getting texts from your sister, a young teen realizes that she might have to hide in her own room from the dangers that might come. Like, that doesn't even... It has its own EULA, too. It's $1.99. And let's see. 3 negative, 3 positive. I'm not sure I'd particularly want to play a game where it's like a home invasion story. Like, I'd be okay with living through that experience as the beginning of a game. Something like the Ransom movies, where somebody gets kidnapped and you play as one character who's about to get kidnapped, and then you introduce the real main character of the game, and I mean that certainly would work as a concept, I guess. But the whole game being around hiding from something like that doesn't seem great. Let's see, the negative review here is pros, cool game concept, decent graphics for the style of game, liked how you would be forced to leave hiding in order to charge your phone, cheap game, can't go wrong for $2. Cons, easy to beat, just hide the whole time and not get caught, which makes walking around pointless. You can see the killer when he does catch you. You can't see the killer when he does catch you. There are a few bugs when hiding. For example, I got stuck twice when trying to leave the hiding spot. It doesn't seem like the crouching was working. Like, hiding in your house as a concept, yeah, seems like that would play on some fears that a lot of people might legitimately have. Alright, so what am I gonna do now? I guess I'll do this. Then I'll do this, and then this, and that. There probably is a game out there, but I'd have to ask people to tell me in the chat. Have you ever seen a game where you're mostly hiding around the house? I guess at the core of it, it is just Silent Hill. Or any number of horror games. Resident Evil 7, again, I guess would be a decent example of a game like this, where you're running around the house hiding from bad guys. Yeah, Resident Evil 7. That's what this is. This is a very dumbed down, no storyline really example of Resident Evil 7. I kept thinking of like PT, but you know, PT you're not really hiding in the house, but Resident Evil 7 you definitely, for that first act. I saw some information about how RE7 was made, and how it seemed like it was very much made in the similar way that RE6 was made, in which there was 4 different teams, a different team for each act, which kind of explains a lot. because while that first part of RE7 is very interesting and catches everybody's attention, by the time you are at the last part and you're on that boat, you really are just totally what's the word to say? Yeah, you're playing something like the boat section in other Resident Evil games, like Resident Evil 5. There was a big boat section that was boring. Ideally, you would have wanted the team that made that first act to have made the whole game. Ideally, the first act might have been long enough to be justified as the whole game. But there were later parts, and a lot of criticism and reviews didn't go into those later parts. A lot of the ones I saw, at least, they just did not go into the later sections of the game. So you would get these glowing reviews of Resident Evil 7, which is a game that probably deserves it, but you wouldn't get the criticisms of, oh yeah, by the time you're at the end, you're doing some very weird things. And this review I was seeing of RE7, which was a very late review, it just came out like this weekend, does point out that the Resident Evil series is more of a action power fantasy stuck in a world that does horror game and horror movie homages than it is an actual horror game, like some of the Japanese games where you really have nothing, no weapon or very few weapons against enemies and just have to run away. Those pure horror games where you can only run away, though, aren't the best either. Let's move on, though, in the news, because I'm kind of just ranting. PC Gamer has a article. It's Iratus, Iratus, Lord of the Dead, an RPG inspired by Darkest Dungeon, is heading to Kickstarter this next month. I am 100% certain that PC Gamer is getting some kind of kickback or advertisement, even if it's just getting more clicks and views by covering Kickstarter games that should not be covered. And it is totally ridiculous to say Darkest Dungeon inspired an RPG when Darkest Dungeon itself is an RPG. So this looks like, on the screenshot, exactly like Darkest Dungeon. It probably could just be a Darkest Dungeon mod. Like, I don't see, as someone who hasn't played Darkest Dungeon, I don't see any difference here. It's flat 2D animation, and still have a couple spells to play, but I actually don't need to probably do that. So let's now try to get some victories with the Rogue Warrior. I guess I need to get my Tempo Rogue working first. So let's come over here first. It just seems like totally inappropriate to promote something that itself is basically admitting that it's going to be a ripoff of something we already have. So it's debatable whether or not it's a better move to it's debatable whether it's the fault of this pick a replacement menu that these decks that I don't have all the cards for from hsreplay.net, like, are they getting made into much worse decks because of the pick a replacement, or are they just by default really bad decks because of the way things worked out, because I certainly did not have enough deck cards to try to play Tempo Rogue with what I just built. But let's do it. Like, I even got a few gameplays victories, so I'm slowly working to rank 22. If they would just stop knocking me down so much at the end of the month, because we're not really gonna make too much progress this month. We're also on Thursday, that's when the new solo part of the expansion happens. Therefore, we're gonna have a special stream on Thursday in which we're just doing that solo beast hunt mode, and that means even less play will probably happen at any time. I'm really just looking for victories, so we'll hold on to backstab, I guess. There's a game on Steam that came out the 21st called Pixel Beef Battle. Let's see, what is this? It's a single player or multiplayer game. It looks like, well, it really looks like Mario Brothers, the arcade game, with square animation elements of several different characters. The problem with making a clone of Mario Brothers and having some different levels, which is what you would want to do is if you were going to make a clone of Mario Brothers, but the problem with it is the arcade game Mario Brothers, not Super Mario Brothers, was not really a good game. And this is 20% off, for which lowers it down to $3.99, which is a ridiculously high amount of money for what this game looks like. I mean, I just can't justify it at all. It has 2 positive reviews, which don't matter. One of these days, I'm gonna need to figure out what the ratio is to of like what in my mind is the ratio of positive reviews to negative reviews, because it is not a 1-to-1 ratio. If I see as many as 10 positive reviews, I'm just suspicious until I see at least 1 negative review. This is the first game by this developer for Pixel Beef Battle 2. The graphics, I mean, they are definitely an artistic style. They are a cheap artistic style, a little bit 8-bit pixel-y, but it's up to 4 players and multiplayer, and I think there's a lot of expectation here for the people playing to make their own game out of it. Let's see, let's do this, and then do this. Then in the tune. The main thing for a game like this that would stop me from being interested in playing it is the fact that it doesn't really have any story. Like, for my YouTube channel, it doesn't really make much sense to try and play a game that doesn't have story in it. I should have played this. Oops. I'm yawning a little bit. Started a little early. Oh, interesting new announcement I get to make. YouTube has introduced 15-minute increments on scheduled videos. So in late June, early July, I'll say. Once that series starts to happen, you're gonna see all of my content air instead of at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and maybe 6 o'clock Central Time in the United States. It is now going to start airing at 2:45, 3:45, 4:45, and 5:45. If there is something airing actually at 5:45, I don't know. This is yet another change. I keep changing up my YouTube channel, which is the way to ruin YouTube channels, certainly. But I think it'll be a good thing. My channel always is kind of constantly changing anyways, because I play a game and I move on, with the exception of Hearthstone, where I just constantly continue to play Hearthstone until that fateful day when I decide to stop playing Hearthstone. Whenever that happens, if ever that happens. It'll be better because theoretically this is going to allow me as a small YouTube content creator to move out of the way of announcements and notifications of other YouTube content creators. It's theoretically going to allow more people who have subscribed to me to get notifications when my videos come out if they've clicked the bell. A lot of the algorithm still probably won't recommend videos to you if you haven't watched any of my videos in a long time. So I may have, of my 200 and around 250 subscribers, maybe 220 of them are all dead subscribers, and maybe they will never get another notification again on my channel. But maybe they will, and this seems like a better system. The only thing that this really messes up is if people had really tight schedules when they were watching YouTube, and like I don't know a great number of people who would watch YouTube at like 2 o'clock in the afternoon and then say, well, I've got to go now, and I only had 30 minutes or 45 minutes. I mean, that wouldn't have never really worked very well with my channel anyways, because my videos are random links and never consistently designed to be shorter than 30 minutes anyways. I don't want people to look at it as the episodes are starting later. They are definitely, every time slot is starting 15 minutes earlier. I'm hoping if more people decide to act like I am and move to different time slots to the 15-minute increments, that the majority of people will go to 15 minutes on the hour instead of 45 minutes on the hour. That way I will still have a decent number of new viewers that can watch and can watch more consistently. Generally speaking, if YouTube gives me a new feature, I want to try it out. I want to see if it will work. Do I honestly believe this will take my pre-recorded footage, which is getting 4 or 5 views, it seems, per episode? Do I think that by putting it at 45 minutes on the hour will suddenly double the views? No. But I'm also doing an experiment right now where I've got this live stream happening with no tags. And so I'm starting to kind of wonder if maybe I've just over-tagged my videos and I should just have no tags at all. There's never been any feedback to imply tags ever worked whatsoever. So it's possible that because so few people actually use tags, I've just over-tagged my videos and that's caused a problem. Although I kind of disagree with that, because if you start watching one of my videos, it does seem like you get locked into a loop of the YouTube algorithm suggesting more of my videos. However, that seems to be kind of the case with YouTube anyways, is that if you watch one person's video and you don't like that one person's content, you're stuck with them for a very long time until you go out and find some new people. And you really have to search to find new people because the suggested feed just does not work at all. Like, YouTube is so bad about giving me something new. I wish there was just a random, like, just show me random things. I'll just skip through 20 episodes of people talking about things I have no interest in at all, instead of you suggesting the same 100 videos over and over again, which is usually what the suggested feed is for me. I thought about doing a special video of just going through my suggested feed and just like, here's what YouTube's suggesting to me. You tell me what YouTube's suggesting to you, because I bet it's completely different and very strange. In a very weird twist, and we're going to get into some more politics, I suppose, in this, Valve has acquired Campo Santo, the creators of Firewatch and the upcoming game In the Valley of the Gods. There's 12 employees at Campo Santo, so this is sort of an acqui-hire, but it is also getting the great benefit of hiring people who wrote the season 1 of The Walking Dead and people who made Firewatch for as controversial as it is. And see, that's kind of the problem here, is I really am coming from this from two different directions. Like, we've already known Valve is kind of weird, I guess is the best way to put it. I can't really put it a different way without putting some kind of biased spin on it and being inaccurate. But they've bought a company here that definitely has some history. In the credits of Firewatch, they thank Anita Sarkeesian. Perhaps you could dismiss that for the fact that maybe they thanked her before she had really even gotten too deep into her feminist frequency. There was a brief time when her Kickstarter seemed like it was going to do a lot different videos than what it actually were, and it's kind of forgivable if somebody funded the feminist frequency before they saw all of our content to disagree with it. But then Campo Santo also has the stupid business practice of first of all, they kind of got Firewatch a lot of attention by having PewDiePie play the game. Then they DMCA'd the video that I believe, I could be wrong about this, and it's been a while since we've dealt with this controversy. I believe they gave PewDiePie permission. So, I mean, if PewDiePie had more money, I guess, or more spine, he should have sued and fought that DMCA. They made the inaccurate claim that video game commentary, particularly PewDiePie's video game commentary, has never been fair use, which is the argument that everyone who doesn't want fair use to exist always makes, is that it doesn't ever apply for anything ever. But remember they stepped in and DMCA'd it because of something PewDiePie did on a completely different game, and they could have just kept their mouth shut and done nothing, or shake their head, or put a snarky tweet out on Twitter. But I mean, even the snarky tweet on Twitter wouldn't have been beneficial to them selling their product. So you have 12 employees here. Well, at least some of these 12 employees at Campo Santo that are uninterested in being professional and ensuring that their products sell. And because of their DMCA, people started boycotting Firewatch, although the vast majority of the people who were boycotting Firewatch before that point were boycotting it because it was a boring, not boring, actually probably one of the best walking simulators out there, but it's still mostly just a walking simulator. Like, I'd hate to really put money into Campo Santo's pocket, but I'd still play Firewatch today just to see it. Although In the Valley of the Gods, if it's the game I'm thinking about, actually is not even, I think, too much different than Firewatch. So there was a lot of review bombing and negative reviews, and then that opened up to the next controversy of the day, where PC Gamer in particular and other people are saying Valve should do something to control all these reviewer bombers because they shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion, I guess. I mean, honestly, I think you can't really write a review for a game unless you own it. And if you own it, you have a right to speak to it. Arguably, I would say Valve should go the other direction and say you have a right to speak about a game regardless. I mean, certainly that is the case of a lot of people who criticize comic books in particular, is that, have you bought a comic book in the past decade? Are you subscribed to any kind of like monthly release of any comic book? Do you have a pull box anywhere? And I include myself in the group that does not. So if I make any criticisms about how Marvel or DC are doing it, I can only do it based on my experience when I was buying comic books for DC, because I was only buying DC comics during the New 52 era. I don't think I really have too much of a legitimate argument to complain about what issues are coming out this month, since I have no intention of buying any issues this month. So it's very possible that the boycott lowered the momentum and lowered the value of Campo Santo to the point where Valve got it for a song and a dance. Like, that could be the case. But this also could be an incident, and a first step in infiltration of Valve. And if Valve wasn't before being run by SJWs, which I don't believe it really was, it's got potentially as many as 12 now in its corporate structure. Although it may be very well the case that this is 100% just because Valve wanted to. Gabe Newell said Valve was back into making games again, and he didn't really trust anybody in the Valve structure, current employees, to actually make games again. So, which probably is a fair criticism. So he's may have just bought Campo Santo so that In the Valley of the Gods looks like one of the games that is being developed by Valve, and that would be very consistent with Valve's long-term strategies, where, like, Portal was a group of students projects, a students project and students that were hired into Valve. So it's very common, I suppose, in Valve's method to hire employees, bring them into, frankly, the awful working structure that is working at Valve, and then accommodate them into the normal mentality of a Valve employee, which is you really don't have to ever get anything accomplished because nobody ever holds you accountable. So maybe he just maybe Gabe Newell gave a golden ticket to these 12 Campo Santo employees. Or maybe Campo Santo is going to stay its own separate office and they're going to actually continue to make games. There have been a few little indicators that maybe Valve with their new office is changing things. But like one great example I saw tweeted is how they're talking about it's just the corporate structure of Valve for people to get up and leave in the middle of meetings, not like excuse themselves because they have another meeting, not apologize because they have to go to the bathroom or something. Just the basic, it is assumed that if you feel like you can't have nothing to add to the conversation, you just leave. As soon as you lose interest, you just leave. And they're like, oh yeah, you get used to it. And I'm like, that's rude, first of all. That's not what meetings usually are anyways. Like, meetings are some manager somewhere telling you something because he either wants you to actually know it or because he's justifying his job. In my experience, most meetings are managers justifying their jobs and wasting everybody's time with PowerPoint presentations and things like that. However, I've not worked in too many hyper creative environments either, so perhaps a group thought process as far as what games are we going to create, what are the levels going to look like, what are the characters going to look like, meetings like that could actually be useful. But regardless of what kind of meeting it is, it's always rude and often, I would guess, a fireable offense to get up and leave. It's just not a professional thing to do. Like, I would have loved to have been able to get up and leave in most of the meetings I've been in my life. Doesn't mean I can and keep my job. So to wrap this up, we're going to have to wait and see, but I'm very much of two minds. Did Valve buy Campo Santo because it was cheap and because they've got getting a game out of it and Valve is back to making video games? Or did Valve hire Campo Santo's employees because they're going to bring in more SJW values that's going to change Valve directly? Like, if this leads to drastically shifting curation of the Valve store, as somebody who has asked for curation of the Valve store, I would be very afraid still. Because I certainly don't want the people who say fair use doesn't exist and who thanked Anita Sarkeesian at the end of Firewatch. I don't want them in charge of deciding what gets on Valve or not, on Steam or not. I already think Steam is a little too prudish and they don't really want to be selling any of the Japanese sex games. Frankly, they may still be a little bit undesirable with visual novels. Like, I want some quality curation, certainly. Getting rid of the fake games, that's fine. But I don't want it to turn into a agenda-based store. A liberal agenda-based store. And I'm afraid that that kind of groupthink and that kind of mentality could bleed in. It could also certainly be that they just hired they bought out Campo Santo for the writers because they lost some writers who left because they were tired that they probably have written entire games, entire sequels, entire trilogies at this point, the old Valve writers, and so it could be that this is all 100% Valve keeping up appearances that they are going to continue to make games, even if they really have no intention to. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But had Valve acquired any other company, this just wouldn't have been an issue. If Valve had acquired THQ Nordic, for instance, that would have been a great acquire. If they acquired CD Projekt Red, if they acquired, I mean, you can kind of look at it as, frankly, any other, like, any other company in any other place in the world could easily have been up for grabs. Like, I wouldn't put it past Valve to merge. Right? They probably don't have enough money, but they could probably have merged with the Xbox division of Microsoft, and then that would have been interesting. But not highly likely. Valve could acquire Sega, probably. They probably could acquire or merge with Sony. Nintendo, that would be an interesting merger too. It would certainly fill in the gaps where Valve has no no real consoles experience that was successful, and Nintendo has no real PC experience that would be successful. It would be a marriage in heaven. But there's tons of other little companies too. Like Campo Santo was the worst choice for the fear of it. Like I cannot think of a worst company for Valve to have acquired. As far as the SJW stuff. You could have gotten some of the indie people. If you'd gotten the creator of Butterfly Soup, if you'd gotten the creator of Dream Daddy, maybe that'll be the next couple of announcements. We're just gonna have to wait and see, though, I guess. Like I really am more in the tinfoil hat territory of, like, I have fears, I have concerns, but there's no evidence whatsoever. It could very well be the exact opposite. It could be that in getting purchased by Valve, Campo Santo was given direct and clear message to cut out all the SJW junk that they've done in the past, and that they're all going to be under tight leashes. And heck, it would be even nice if they were educated on why their opinions are not helpful to a creative industry and not really useful at all. Speaking of not helpful, there's a game on Steam called America's Retribution. It came out April 21st. I want to just reload this page to see if it's still here. So the trailer starts with a realistic trailer advertising the game, but has footage of Donald Trump signing a bill, like live action footage of actual U.S. President Donald J. Trump signing a bill. This is one of those, and the video says breaking news: Trump endorses video games. So this is probably illegal. I think it is beyond parody, because it is believable somewhat that the president might endorse a video game, even though that too I believe would be illegal. So this is 25 Steam achievements, $5.99. Let's see. It is one of these fake games. It looks like Contra. It's a bad MS Paint Contra game. We're playing as Trump. Somebody did put some effort into this, at least for the screenshots, but this could be a 5-minute experience. This is the first game by this developer, so he is coming out strong with a political, controversial game that's not exactly what you want to do. The problem with this is it's just not going to be a good game. It's not going to be a good enough game, and it's going to be dated in a couple of years, and it's going to just look really dumb. You can play as the second player's pins. The graphics just don't look that good. It's 16-bit graphics, low resolution type stuff. You know, of all the Trump politics, jokes, meme games, this one seems to be consistent to be just a Contra playing as Trump. The graphics are an artistic style. They don't look great, but they don't look awful. Like, there was some real effort put into this one, but yeah, I think you just start off with a flawed concept. If you're gonna try and lambast a political figure, you probably are better off simply doing that in the context of a cheap, easy game versus putting effort into it, because at the end of the day you're going to probably get the same minimal amount of sales as possible. Unlike the games that I've seen that are made by, like, the RUS developer who is flooding Steam with a bunch of like Kim Jong-un games and jokes and things like that, and putting no effort into it. Like, it's hard to make the justification that is extremely offensive. Like, there almost certainly were games where you played as Obama in a positive light that came on Steam when Obama was president. There probably were games where you played as Bush. I think I could certainly agree with Valve's curation decision to say just no political figures whatsoever, no living political figures, and no controversial figures. Looking at this game called Haldor, Haldor. It looks like an asset flip for a medieval like game, but it's still just asset flips. It says it's early access, 10% off for $3.59. No reviews. And that, I think, is going to be that. With any luck, I've probably hit all the politics for a while. And I kind of want to, in the break, exit out of this and come back. just to see if I can recycle and refresh this daily quest. I guess technically I only need 2 daily quests done, so still gonna try and get Rogue and Warrior victories. We've got a ton of news still. That's gonna be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below. When you subscribe, please click the notification bell. And if you want to support me even further, gift me a game on Steam. If you friend me on Steam and then you start looking at games and it says one of your friends wants this game at the bottom when it says like purchase a game, that's really helpful. So just friending me on Steam and then waiting till like a Steam sale. There are some indicators. They're not super helpful. It still would probably be easier to look at your friend's wish list and sort by price if you're literally just trying to give a gift to somebody and you don't care about what the game is. But I also would encourage people to try and give me games they actually want me to cover. That way we both have more of an investment in it. Anyways, that's it for this recording. Stay tuned if you're watching live. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we are back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Monday, April 23rd. We've got a couple of daily quests. We got one of them done. I wanted to reboot just to see if I could hit the refresh button, but I guess not. So we're trying to get Rogue and Warrior victories. Once we get 2 more, we'll be done with the Asian account. We can move on. Tons and tons of news to cover. Also, I keep forgetting, but I'm supposed to be asking people to subscribe and click that notification bell. Go back and check to see if you're actually subscribed. I mean, YouTube is so stupid about its subscription things. It magically unsubscribes people. It doesn't show notifications. Ideally, there needs to be a website that takes your subscriptions immediately away from YouTube and puts them in someplace safe. Like, you subscribe to a channel and then you go to mytube.com or something. Let's just say that's the fake name of the website. I'm sure that's probably a real website, probably a porno website. But as soon as you subscribe to your channel, those subscriptions get held and kept, and you actually get notifications. Like, you don't even have to do the hosting in that case. And I've heard stories, like Philip DeFranco apparently is talking about this, of entire channels not being viewable, like entire videos not being viewable, that the only way you're guaranteed to see some people's content is to follow them on Twitter, click the link from the Twitter announcement. That's kind of, it's just really dumb. Let's see. Speaking of really dumb, I'm looking at our first game that came on Steam, April 21st. It's called Baby Game Plan 0 to 3. 0 to 3 years old is the fastest growing phases of human beings, which is important for challenge. We developed a game by absorbing the scientific research results of the current developmental psychology, multiple intelligence, and games of early education for babies. This is one of these Chinese games that looks like it is just throwing spaghetti at the wall. Like, the thing about Chinese companies, and whether they're making a product, giving you a service, or making a video game, is there's like no real regulation or like morality to it. It's often they're all kind of just scams. I mean, I guess it's poor quality stuff a lot of times, and that's exactly what I'm seeing here, is a poor quality like mobile game that is putting up pictures in Chinese and English of, well, like this is, here's a great example on this. It's a picture of two seals, and one of the baby seals looks as if it is kissing the other seal, and they're laying in snow. So below at the bottom it has, in simplified Chinese I assume, the word kiss, and in English Roman characters it has the English word for kiss. The problem with that is, if you're a baby looking at that, how do you know that wasn't the word for seal or lay or snow? The next screenshot is supposed to be 5 fingers. The number 5, then fingers. It's showing a probably stolen stock image of a hand that goes 1, 2, 3, and the first 3 fingers on the hand are shown numbered, but the 4th and 5th aren't. So how do you know that doesn't mean 3? Like, is BS. It says this early access is $3.99. You'd be a fool to try to teach a kid based on a Steam game in the first place. It probably should be a cell phone game if you're going to try to teach babies that, but some knockoff brand Chinese thing is not what you want. And we see a lot of these knockoff, poor quality Chinese games. This is the kind of quality that should be curated off Steam. And it's not particularly because it's Steam. It's because it's Chinese. It's because it's bad quality. It's just bad quality. Like, you could certainly have a game like that made from any country in the world, or any type of person in the world, and for the exact same reasons it should be disallowed to be on Steam, particularly when it's pretending or selling itself as an educational tool. Next game we have on Steam is called Fantasyland. It came out the 21st. It's from a developer that has about 3 other games on Steam. It looks like a top-down RPG. Let's see. Fantasyland is one of the 4 ancient Chinese masterpieces. Dream of the Red Chamber. There's always a lot of push on covering the, I assume this is the same 4 great Chinese novels. Let's see. Single player. It's only in English. It's not even in Chinese. It's 40% off for $5.39. And there's no reviews on it. Here's what I would say, is that it looks like there's probably, it's hard in this to say that these are asset flip, like health bars and meters, because they could just be really poorly animated from scratch health bars and meters. So instead of calling everything asset flips, I probably should just say this is a poorly animated HUD. And every screenshot that I'm seeing looks very, very similar. To the point where I don't think there's more than one screen. Maybe it's supposed to be kind of like a MOBA where there's lanes. Regardless of what it is, there's certainly nothing in Fantasyland that would catch my attention. There is also a factor to consider when naming a game Fantasyland. That's a very, very generic name. So let's move on. PC Gamer has an article. Battle Royale game Darwin Project is now free to play. In-game loot for anyone that paid for it already. So if you were playing Darwin Project, you're probably not super happy with that change. Although it doesn't seem like the Steam reviews agree with my assessment. It says 84% of the 5,200 users and 5,216 users are positive user reviews. So I guess people were willing to overlook the fact that now this game is probably going to have in-game loot boxes. Or maybe it's not. Maybe that's the deal, is they changed it, but they didn't change it for the worse. They instead changed it for the better by making it free to play. The Darwin Project is made by Scavenger Studio. It's the first game that they have on Steam, but it looks really good. Like, this looks like a AA, AAA production. They've got no less than 4 things. They say they're rated by the ESB for T for teen. I kind of believe it. It seems like you're living on this half desolate world, half invaded by futuristic races world. It's got a kind of Team Fortress 2 animation style to it. Has an all-time peak of today for 8,916 players, but it's multiplayer only, free to play, early access. So they're saying it's like Rust, according to that. Like, the biggest negative reviews with the Steam chart is right here. So when I click that, and let's see what the complaints are, and I'm sure they went free to play. Like, so not recommended, went free to play about a week after I bought it, along with the fact that you cannot return it no matter how many hours you've played because all the content has been open. Pretty shady business practice, if you ask me. Pretty butthurt about this. Interesting twist on that. So if you bought a game and then it goes free to play, apparently you can't get a refund. The next not recommended is, I bought this game for $15 and it became free. They stole my $15. So we pay for your game and then you release it for free. Great. Now we get a salty community. Yay. Pay $15 for a game. Game goes free within days with no warning. No refund. Congratulations, you just effed me and everyone out of their money. I don't want to spend $15 on a cosmetics in a free-to-play game. So it's not loot boxes, which I guess would be a good thing if it weren't for the fact that everybody now feels like they've been ripped off. And I think they have a valid argument that they have been ripped off. Like, I'm not gonna get anywhere here. I probably should just concede. Here's a negative review. Crafting and stamina for running and actions. Boring. Avoid. Here's one. Overall, a well-made game. However, when you play a game and the director has decided to make one person win, that's the end of that fun. So apparently there's some kind of scripting director in it, adding events. And one of their videos has a streamer playing Darwin Project. Yeah, this feels like a full bait and switch, so I can't recommend playing Darwin Project even at free-to-play status when half of the audience is now felt like they've been ripped off. Like, doesn't even matter if it's true or not. If half of your audience feels like they've been ripped off playing this game, they're like the person said, they're gonna be salty. Next game we have is called Bane of Asphodel, Asphodel. Let's see, it's from the Bane of Asphodel team, so I imagine it's the only game on Steam. It is. However, it came out the 21st. It's rated very positive, 74% of 31 user reviews. Not very positive, mostly positive. And it's free. So, like, what could I really say against a free game? I could say that there is what looks like asset flips somewhat in this. It has a flat, short people, kind of toy-like figures running around very big buildings that aren't at the same scale, and the people don't have a lot of details in what they're being animated as. And it seems like it's a free-to-play action-adventure indie game, it says. Seems like you run around fields and you fight animals, and the animals have maybe a little bit more of a fight mechanic. I mean, it kind of almost looks like it's a Dark Souls-esque attempt to rip off Dark Souls while having the animation style of Adventure Time. Maybe it's not the animation style of Adventure Time. It's poor quality animation is the problem. Like this game smacks of being a 3D animation experiment that failed. Let's see. The 8 negative is like, here's the first not recommended. It felt like a group of devs just took acid and started going balls to the wall with randomly developed game. And this is what came out. I'm so confused yet fascinated by the game. Needs much improvement. Yeah, that's a great argument I think I can agree with. If I play this, and then do this, and then do this, and then do this, and kill this, and the turn. The next not recommended. Can't even play this BS game. The mouse won't stay in the game and it goes to other screens and everything. Can't skip dialogue either. Doesn't even have a tutorial or quick instruction. Tells me to kill cats. Doesn't tell me what button or anything to use. So I'm just button smashing, trying to figure out which key to click. Plus it's boring. Alright, so I think we've heard enough reviews for Bane of Asphodel, which is weird. Like, this feels like it was a half-finished project, or less than half-finished project. Like, I could have seen this coming out on cell phones or the Switch, but instead it just has no polish on it at all. Which I imagine is one of the things that can happen a lot, is you'll run into people that figure they can make a game simply by doing the bare minimum, like getting out of the alpha stage and skipping over the beta stage completely. Next game we have on Steam is called Deer Hunter X. Now, there was a series on PC for deer hunting that was really built around trying to, at the time, best represent deer hunting as a patience sport, as something that takes a whole day, and there's a decent chance you still won't even see a deer, let alone shoot one. That being said, that's not what this is. This game is a complete asset flip. You're running around in military, camo, which is not that crazy, but you're shooting an AK-47, if I'm not mistaken, a fully automatic gun. You're like snipering the deer, according to some of these screenshots. In the video, one of the images has you shooting, like the guy shooting the deer several times, and it's still not falling over. Hey, we made it up to rank 22. Maybe we'll make it to rank 20 by the end of the month after all. At the very least, we should get our border, our card back. Let's see. So Deer Hunter X, here's a useful, not recommended quote. Applying for a weapon license is more fun and rewarding. And I agree with that. Like, if you're really into hunting, you probably would want to just go actually hunt. Or at the very least, you'd want something that's realistic. But I don't feel like those games ever really had much of a market. So they were always these... you'd see this on the corner of a store, a general store, or in the bargain bin of the computer electronics section. Like, the stores would buy these games thinking they would sell, but the games would never sell. Like, personally, I've never really had any interest in hunting or fishing, and yet was quite a lot of hunting and fishing games out there, which I'm sure half of the advertisers who were advertising games in the 90s were also advertising hunting and fishing equipment. Next game we have is called Crucible Falls Together Forever. It is the first game from this developer, $4.99. What is this though? It says adventure horror, survival horror, puzzle dark. Crucible Falls could be like a Silent Hill type thing. I'm watching the trailer, trying to see if this is a poor quality game or if it's just kind of a teasing trailer. Seems like the animation probably is lower quality than you want. You're looking at something that's probably close to a PS2 level of 3D graphics. But you mostly are in the first person perspective, and so it's a little bit better than that for most of the game. It's just when I saw the 3D model in the mirror. Puzzles don't look uh, cliched. I wonder if you could really do a game like Myst and have it be more focused around horror. Because I suppose there was a tiny bit of horror in playing Myst 1, because you just wouldn't really even know what the game was about. But not a lot. This certainly seems ambitious. I guess. Certainly seems like it's an ambitious sort of... It's an all-time peak of 7 people have played it. I'm seeing the problem with this game, however. It's a 2-player co-op horror escape game, separated in different parts of an abandoned sanitation station. You and your partner will need to use your communication and wits to help each other out. So I could never play this game because of that. And that's a real problem. It also suffers from dark screenshot syndrome, where a significant number of screenshots are done in incredibly dark setups. Like, maybe I need to adjust my secondary monitor to be brighter. But I mean, no, I had already professionally calibrated my TV that I'm looking at, so that's not legitimate. Let's see. Let's look at the negative reviews. Not recommended. This game seems to use a 2-hour time limit to make it so that you finish the game right around when you wouldn't be able to return it. Well, fair enough. I imagine a lot of games work around that idea. Like, played it for about an hour. The game has multiple bugs, somewhat shoddy controls. The voice chat in game was so low that it had to use a third-party app in order to talk to each other. At one point, an ear-piercing screech from someone on fire shrieks in one player's ear, trying to be horror, but more just a way to damage your eardrums. I like the fact that they're trying to do a horror game, We Were There type game. We Were There. I have to look that one up because I don't remember We Were There. We Were There is a manga. Okay. It might also be a TV series. Seems to be a manga more than anything. Well, according to this, We Were There is a Japanese romance manga. Chronicles the relationship between 2 characters starting from their teenage years and continuing into their early 20s. I don't think they meant We Were There. Is this YouTube, Google translating this? There's a 2011 IMDb movie. No, I don't think that's what they meant either. Okay. I don't know what he meant by We Were There. I think he means the new game that just came out. But I don't remember the name of that game. The new co-op game that came out for Sony Doesn't start with the Wii. It starts with it was same as We Were Here, apparently. So not We Were There, but We Were Here is the next review, okay? So let's search this game, We Were Here, on Steam. Since Crucible Falls is not it. Well, We Were Here is on my wish list. And it is multiplayer, so why is it on my wish list? No, it can't be on my wish list. I'm not even logged in on Steam. So I think they're right. Like, if you were gonna play Crucible Falls, play We Were Here on Steam, which is 91% of 253 user reviews positive. Now that's a weird thing to say, because you don't inherently want there to be only one game of a style in existence. Like, it's kind of a silly thought to say there can't be any other games that are like this game. But that did look, Crucible Falls did look too buggy. Moving on, PC Gamer has an article. Tim Schafer talks Psychonauts 2 and more remasters of LucasArts adventures. I think I've mostly heard what he has to say, and this is just PC Gamer pushing an article I've already read. Like, Tim Schafer, let's see. Here's a question. Can you talk about how Psychonauts 2 is coming along? He goes, yeah, we have about 5 level teams cranking away on the mental world. In Psychonauts, you go for the minds of people to see their inner demons and fight the nightmares. We have multiple teams working on new levels for that, and we just did an update about the level teams and how they work. I'm almost done writing the cutscenes for the game, and we just started looking at casting for the voices. So, I suppose, take it for what it's worth that Tim Schafer is inherently the writer of Psychonauts 2. It's very possible he was the writer for Psychonauts 1, however, so he may do a really good job, he may not. I would say when you look at Broken Age and the writing that happened there, there's a decent chance that it won't be good writing, which could be a problem. Creating more levels certainly is an important thing. And as far as LucasArts games, if Disney wants Double Fine to remake old LucasArts games, like the Indiana Jones games, would be a great one, since we know in a couple of years there's going to be Indiana Jones 5, according to Steven Spielberg, and that's what's on the slate, so it probably will actually happen. That would be a good idea. Remastering some of the other games that don't matter so much, like The Dig or Loom, things that are classic. Although some of those games also probably would be better suited to be remade completely and not just remastered. Double Fine does do a decent job of remaking the old LucasArts games for as best as they can, but they've never really done a remake. And I would still like to give a little bit more money to Double Fine so that they at some point could do something with Full Throttle. And if they would just do the right thing with Full Throttle and remake it and make it an action RPG, that would be really nice. So, but you can read the rest of that article if you're interested. Next game we have on Steam is called Absolute Blue. It looks alright in the animation, but it is one of these side-scrolling shooters. I mean, it's the old school shooter. I wouldn't really classify it as a bullet hell shooter, although it may get down to that point. It's kind of hard to find what the definition of a bullet hell shooter is versus a regular shooter. I would think there needs to be probably a mechanic, because yeah, I would classify this as probably getting to the point of a bullet hell shooter. But it also looks like a student project in that some of the there's some big inconsistency on the quality of the animated elements. Like maybe these are asset flips and that's the inconsistency. Just low quality in general. And the thing that's going to really kill it is it's 15% off for $3.39 for something that I probably would have only paid $1 for in the first place if it was really good. The developer has like his website and Twitter hyperlinked in the description. In the first paragraph, it's like, please contact me through Twitter and my website and forums. The game says it has 60 sections, 12 levels, 4 huge worlds. So, it's claiming to be big, at least. Let's see. We already talked about Valve buying Campo Santo. I'm cautiously optimistic, I suppose, is the best I could say. We already talked about how it is the culture, apparently. Here's the exact quote from somebody who I assume works at Valve. I assume. Or has some experience. And they say, I like the directness. Quote, walk out of a meeting or drop off a call as soon as it's obvious you aren't adding value. It's not rude to leave. It's rude to make someone stay and waste their time. I'm sorry. That is exactly what meetings are. Like, regardless. And the problem there, the problem is that you're giving control to employees whether they even hear the corporate message and direction, whether people are on the same page or not. I rail against groupthink a lot, but in a corporate environment, people have to be on the same page. There has to be at least a certain level of understanding and knowing what people are doing. Otherwise, you're not literally, by definition, working with the people. Apparently, this person goes on to talk about, there's a whole Twitter thread that says, like, on meetings, excessive meetings are the blight of big companies and almost always get worse over time. Please get of all, it's probably supposed to be, please get rid of all large meetings unless you're certain you're providing value to the whole audience, in which case keep them very short. And then on jargon, don't use acronyms and nonsense words for objects, software, and processes. A lot of jargon I've run into. Some of it makes sense, but a lot of it also is just a lot of stuff that needs to be explained to anybody new or who isn't on the same page. Like, most of my experience comes from the IT department, so when you run into jargon like a NAS box is network attached storage, it makes sense because it's saving some text, but even in the video games realm, if you're talking like what's your APM, I'm sure a lot of people who play video games don't know that APM is your actions per minute or CPM, clicks per minute. But we don't have too much video game jargon once you get into video games. We probably have a decent amount of it if you've never ever played a game in your life. Next game we have on Steam is called Warcraft. Came out the 21st. and it's an asset flip. It's a little bit interesting. It's your standard. We took some assets of zombies and they're going to attack somebody, but instead of attacking a human asset flip, this is a you're playing as an orc character, and this game has ads in it for the Galaxy S9. Have they figured out a way to put ads into games on the asset flip level? That's gonna be awful. Like bunch of this developer claims to be just an indie developer. This is a free-to-play game, all-time peak of 7, single player. Here we go. Let's do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then turn. We have a negative, not recommended review. It's free, so I can't criticize it too hard, but it just didn't have that much fun playing it. The game also seems to be a bit buggy with the controls and menu, and it couldn't be and could be tuned up quite a bit. The description you give says fun game to play when bored, but I quickly bored of the game. However, who knows, someone else might like it. Next not recommended view is not even worth the download, and I would agree with that too. This is it's just an asset flip. The concept is kind of interesting. If it weren't created from the idea, oh my goodness, you get your health and your energy back by looking at the ads. This game, this asset flip game, has just found the new BS that people will be mad about in video games. So your health and mana probably constantly drain, or designed to be constantly drained, and you only get it back by looking at billboards with ads on them. Oh my goodness. This is the dark, grim future of video games. Yeah, but the idea of an orc fighting zombies, not a terrible thought. It's actually a rather interesting thought, particularly if you were gonna let like the World of Warcraft developers anywhere near it. But this is certainly the worst implementation of this ever. Let's just move on. We've got a ton of games. Next game we have is Mini Golf Arena. Now, is this a good game, or is this just a bunch of asset flips? I know that there's quite a few mini golf games out there. This one doesn't look good. It doesn't even look like it's animating the balls. Instead of the balls looking like balls, they're looking like snakes. It says it's single player and multiplayer early access, 10% off for $8.09. Let's silence this guy. Probably should hold on to my silences for that character all the time. So we have a not recommended review. We have another not recommended review. Of another not recommended review. Here's one. It starts, avoid at all costs. It's just the worst golf in another store-bought mini golf game. No love or passion involved in making the game. Just another cash grab with the main mini golf genre craze. Store-bought assets, no assets match, physics are way off and super floaty. UI is terrible, game lag, super bad for nothing in it. Server doesn't work half the time. Couldn't be bothered to make an editor, so you have to use Unity and make the game yourself, basically. Interesting. Yep, that's what I figured we were gonna have. Seriously, still looking for that one victory. I am still looking for a good mini golf game, and I've seen a couple of them, but I'd like something that's really, really great. And I've yet to see that. Just keep on closing. A lot of my tabs are turning out to be the exact same thing, just opened over and over again. And my memory is so shot when going down Twitter that, like, I will just click the same article. But also that is very much from the fact that you have PC Gamer putting out 2 copies of the same article. You have Eurogamer putting out a slightly different version of the same article. You've got several other people that I follow on Twitter putting out the same article. So I get the article 7 different times. However, that doesn't account for the fact that a lot of the times I open up the exact same What's on Steam twist. What's on Steam links. Some of that I imagine can be attributed to the way Twitter works, though, as being non-linear. Right. We do this. 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 And we do that. Let's see, what is this? PC Gamer has an article. Assassin's Creed Origins control panel that lets you hack the game is out now. A free PC-only Assassin's Creed Origin update has been added to the Animus control panel designed to let you hack the game by fiddling around with 70 different sliders. You can now run 4 times the normal speed, hit twice as hard, tame more animals at any one time, creating an army of hippos and destroying anyone in your warpath. So this seems like this is a good opportunity for Assassin's Creed Origins to get a lot of feedback, I imagine, from like what would people prefer to have been different on their many different sliders. I imagine this control panel was similar to some internal cheat panel that they were using while they were doing quality assurance. Since they changed Assassin's Creed basically quite a lot, making it a RPG loot-based game, the idea of certain statistics changing gives them an idea of what do people want in their next iteration of Assassin's Creed, since this is arguably the beginning of a whole new generation of Assassin's Creed games. Suppose I could have hit this one, then done Shadow Step, and then played it again. Like, the trailer for this control panel is mostly just a guy talking. Like, I haven't really heard anybody say anything about Assassin's Creed Origins being too hard or too easy, so I imagine it just scales rather nicely. Let's see.
Your magic shall not save you.
Here we go.
So watch, if I do this, and then do this, and then do this. PC Gamer has an article. The Resident Evil 4 HD project mod remakes the island and prepares for something big. Plus an impressive haul of the behind the scenes improvements. PC Gamer and me have been keeping an eye on this Resident Evil 4 HD project. At any point, I still feel like Capcom could just step in and do the wrong thing and DMCA it, or do the right thing and hire these people and just buy all the content and release a better version of Resident Evil 4 that runs better and looks better. I don't know if there's really too many areas after the island, because I was pretty certain the island was the last bit that they had to do. There's still really a question about the engine, and like how well will the engine run with these new graphics, even if it does look good. It's kind of arguable that the graphics, even in HD, are only getting a slight upgrade, and by the time this HD project is done, that there needs to be a new render to 4K. Let's see. Yeah, I'm looking at this trailer comparing the two graphics, and while the HD graphics do look better, the game still looks dated. Really, really dated. So, I guess a big thing to take from this article is the big announcement. If the big announcement is that the Capcom's going to work with them, there is going to be a Resident Evil 4 HD experience, re-release, update, whatever. Ideally, I'd like it for free, because right now my copy of Resident Evil 4 on Steam is not running right. And I find that very unacceptable, and really, really, really want to play that game without it lagging. We've got another game on Steam called Monster RPG 3. That's pretty much all you need to know with such a ununique name. It looks like it's an 8-bit style, NES style game. Let's see. 10% off for $3.59. Nobody's reviewed it. I imagine there's been a Monster Hunter 1 and 2 before. The problem with this is, why would you want to play something that looks like an NES classic RPG when you could go back and play the original, like the real thing? So yeah, I'm looking at this developer. They made Monster RPG 1 as a bit of DLC for free, and then they've made a game called Crystal Picnic, which is neutral review. The game called Monster RPG 2, which is neutral. Like, nothing is getting a thumbs up. It's just mixed reviews, and I could certainly see a reason for that. Speaking of seeing reasons for things, the next game is Bishi and the Alien Slime Invasion, and it looks like MS Paint graphics. Let's see. Like one suspicious positive recommendation. That's it. $2.99, no discount. Like this MS Paint level game. It's the first game from this developer. I don't know why you put a game like this on Steam. This is a kind of game that might work on itch.io, but you just don't spend that $100. Are people making $100 on itch.io and then spending all of that money to do Steam Direct? Like, it's very possible that somebody out there has done something like that. They've wasted their precious $100. And I can certainly see that from a YouTube content creator perspective too. Like, I've been paid, I believe, $100, maybe a few pennies more than that, from YouTube back when YouTube was monetizing small YouTubers channels, and unlike now. I could see somebody getting paid their first $100 from YouTube and wasting it on advertising with YouTube or advertising in some other way to try and grow their channel, just fully reinvesting all of that money, which isn't crazy. It's certainly what I've heard from people running businesses is be prepared to make absolutely no money and invest every bit of profit into your company for the first 2 to 4 years. So it's not insane, but it is insane when you're talking such small numbers as $100. Like, you should be talking in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars, if you're trying to run a business, depending on how big the business is. And I guess that's kind of pointless speculation, but I wonder. Curation. We just get back to that over and over again. We need curation of some small, infant, really, really small amount of curation on Steam. More than what we're seeing. Somebody needs to be in charge of looking at all RPG games. Speaking of RPG games, next game we have is called Infinite Survival. The first game on Steam by this developer, 15% off for $5.09. See, and I may just have it all wrong. That would be something that would probably give me a heart attack from the shock of it. If somebody showed me some numbers that said, no, all these cheap RPG Maker games that come on Steam actually do make money, and this is actually a profitable business model and totally worth doing and the right thing to do. This game that I'm looking at right now looks like a half Minecraft, half RPG thing. Maybe it's Minecraft, maybe it isn't. It seems like it might be. It has some survival elements, certainly. Has a peak all time of one person playing it. It does not look good at all. So let's just move on. Next game we have is called Dictator's Dreams. Let's see, this is from somebody who makes a bunch of fake game, joke games, meme games. Why has this person been allowed to post games that are like, seems like as early as November 1st, 2017, this developer has been able to post fake games and sell them for 67 cents. Oh, darn it. I screwed up. Well, I guess I don't really have anything to say here. I mean, this game is a fake game. Dictator's Dreams, fake game. Probably could have told that from the name. If not, you could certainly have told it from the animation. Next game we have is called Keplerth. Keplerth. Looks like it is, what does it say? Early access RPG sandbox game. Darn it. Counterspell. Yeah, this looks like a top-down Terraria game. Clone. Okay. I could see that. It's 15% off for $11.04. That's way too expensive. The first game that's recommended is Terraria, which is $9.99. Or Starbound, which is $14.99. So there's two better versions of this type of game already. So what would convince me to play Keplerth versus Terraria? It's the first game from this developer on Steam. It seems they're the only game on Steam right now. I guess, who knows? Let's go ahead and play this. In the turn. Yeah, I can't justify anybody buying Keplerth. Let's move on. Gamasutra has an article. Terminal Reality is suing Microsoft over shadow and lightning patents. So the Blood Rain developer, which I would argue is probably suffering for money because I don't believe they've made anything in a very long time, it's the exclusive license of the Infernal technology is suing Microsoft for infringing on their patents for its lighting and shading technologies. Now, what's interesting here is this for lighting and shading technologies that Microsoft put into DirectX, say 11 or 12, or is this for something that was used? Well, primarily known as a developer, Terminal also created a variety of game engines, including the Infernal engine. That's the heart of this case, according to the complaint as spotted by Patent Arcade. Terminal believes a number of Microsoft titles and engines used to create them have infringed on Infernal's engine tech patents. And see, this is one of those examples of where patents shouldn't be granted to software ever. It should be only be granted to methods to build and create something physical, because when you're talking about moving bits around, a patent is ridiculous and impossible to prove and just floods the courts with lawsuits and keeps the new innovation from happening. But I could get into probably a big rant on that and probably misspeak on a few things because I'm certainly not an expert in patent law. But personally, I would argue also that maybe copyright shouldn't exist for a lot of things, or that they should be really shorter. The list of infringing titles includes big names and recent releases like Halo 5, Gears of War 4, Sea of Thieves, and PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds. Although it's currently at loggerheads with Microsoft, Terminal hasn't been active in the world of game development since reportedly shutting down its Texas studio back in 2013. So I imagine this may not even be the same people. It could be that Terminal Reality did shut down in 2013. Their creditors and debtors have taken complete control of the company, and now they're trying to sue Microsoft to get some money out of it. This will be the last game for this recording. Good Old Games is getting more Steam-like with the addition of new social features, according to Game of Sutra. We knew that they were going to add profiles and social features to their website, so they're starting to do that. So Good Old Games has introduced a batch of new social features to its website to let players view and share their own libraries and games activity with friends and other folks, similar to some of the social features already in the standalone Good Old Games Galaxy application. I guess perhaps their application has proven to not be as successful as they would have liked. Like, so I guess let's see, here's a quote. It's like, by default, one of the commentators on this thing says, by default they have you publicly searchable plus your games. Why on earth in 2018 would Good Old Games think that we want less privacy is beyond me, but there you go. So you have to go set yourself to private or only me or friends. Which some of those seem like they would be the same thing. Inherently introducing any element that is social, you kind of have to force everybody to be public by default. Otherwise, nobody is going to spend the time to go through to find the privacy settings and make themselves public. I mean, you could certainly do a nag screen next time they log in. Since I'll never use Good Old Games, even though I have 1 or 2 games on that, since I'm Steam forever, since I have hundreds and hundreds of games on Steam, I'll have to ask the audience to let me know if they like the new Good Old Games social features or not. To be fair, the social features in Valve are not used very often in Steam. Like, very few people friend you because you have a limited number of friends. Very few people try to talk to me because I'm always marked as busy, because I'm always busy recording or doing something else, or just not playing on my computer. So I've never really wanted that. I think you probably still would want to go with something like Twitter or even Facebook, or, you know, some kind of service like that, over trying to talk to your friends, specifically just your gaming friends. Like, why not go to Discord? Well, we're not making progress, so in between this recording and the next recording, I'm going to move over to the European account. That's going to be it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want to friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. If you want to support me even further, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening. Hey everybody, this is Rydo, and we're back with another recording of Hearthstone. Today is Monday, April 23rd. We are on the European account now, we're not making a lot of progress. So we'll probably have a post show that we'll need to do. Let's see. We've got something we can trade out here. So win a game with a rogue or warrior. Win a game with a paladin or warrior. Win a game with a druid or hunter. So if we trade that one out, play twin minions that cost 2 and less. So I could probably do all 3 of these pretty easily. But honestly, all I need is a warrior victory. So 1 warrior victory gets 2 of these done, and we go over to the Americas account immediately. Here's a warrior. We're playing ranked warrior play. I've got tons and tons of news. Even though I tried to curate some of this on Friday, by the time Monday ran around, there's still a bunch of garbage that came out. For instance, on the 23rd came out Trivia Vault Soccer Trivia, a company that's flooding Steam with trivia games that are exactly the same. One assumes that the trivia questions are different, but the games are the same, and they're asking you to spend $1.49 on it right now, 25% off to get it down to $1.49. But the graphics don't look good. With the announcement of You Don't Know Jack coming up to the next Jackbox, you would be really, really foolish, I think, to buy any other trivia game. And even if you were going to get a different trivia game, you probably don't want to play this one. I would imagine that there's a website out there, or you'd play like HQ or something, or to play trivia games, or just play Trivial Pursuit in the real world. So I'm not gonna stick with that game that long. Next we have a game called Baiko, B-A-I-K-O. It says it's a minimalistic mathematical puzzle in which there is a board with numbers. Every row and column is a mini puzzle in itself. The goal is to make the sum of the numbers in each row and column be equal to the number in the box. Okay. So this is sort of like Sudoku, the Japanese crossword puzzles. The only slight difference to it, I suppose. Like Sudoku starts a little bit easier than you might originally recognize, because it's always a 3x3 grid, and in that 3x3 grid, every number 1 through 9, I believe, is used only once, whereas in Baiko it's a much larger grid, which could add some more challenge to it. And some Sudoku puzzles are really challenging and some are rather easy. Now this really looks like it's a 1-screen game, maybe 2 screens if you include the menu selector. It says the menu seems to be 5x5 up to 8x8. So there's a 5x5, a 6x6, and a 7x7, and 8x8. The problem with this game is it's 40% off for $1.79. Let's see, how many puzzles does it say it has? Because these might be randomized puzzles, or they might just be thought out puzzles. Like, it might be that there's only 4 puzzles in the entire game. That would be pretty crazy. Like, even the developer of this game barely wrote 3 sentences to describe his own game. It's a very simplistic game for too much money, so I can't recommend Baiko, B-A-I-K-O. This developer has made several other games that don't look that good either on Valve. Apparently there's a game called Knife Battles that's $5.99, but it has $200 bit of DLC for Twitch integration. That is ridiculous. So I gotta see what this $200 does. This DLC gives you the opportunity to play with your viewers in the twitch.tv chat. Interesting. Wow, $200 for Twitch integration. Nobody's gonna fall for that. Next game we have is called Spice Arena. That's SP S period P period I period C period E no period Arena. It looks like a two-player platform battler game. The graphics are kind of interesting for this game, Spice Arena, because it is a hand-drawn watercolor aesthetic in the backgrounds. So some artist somewhere with, I would say, a high school level of watercolor painting was able to make this animation. And then the two characters that are moving around are just red and black blobs. See, no discount for $1.99, no reviews, no surprise there. This is not the kind of game that would sell to anybody. But I would say whoever did these watercolor art styles, that there is some weird way in which you could probably make a game with watercolor art styles and it work and look professional, but it not in this game. The gameplay itself is bad looking. All the menu looks bad. Moving on. Next game we have is called Call of Bitcoin. That's pretty much all you need to know. It's 99 cents. And wow, there's 3 suspicious positive recommendations. Let's see, what kind of game does this say it is? Action adventure casual indie. So it's a platformer game with a double jump where you're jumping around as, I believe, a squirrel collecting bitcoins. So I don't think it really has anything to actually do with real bitcoins. I think it just has the word Bitcoin in the name to get people's attention. So yeah, I still would not recommend anybody playing a game with Bitcoin in the name. Let's see, this developer hasn't made anything else on Steam. Like, you're not going to get people's attention that way. And even if you get negative attention, there is a difference between negative attention and positive attention in the video game world and Valve and Steam. So, like, don't be annoying video game developers out there, video game publishers out there. Don't make these annoying bad games. Make something good. Wait until you have something good to sell. Right. This is probably why so many restaurants fail. Is in the first couple of years of starting, is that they don't have any good food or a good chef that can cook the food properly to taste well. But they somehow assume that there will just be there will be an audience for their content, for their food, when there really isn't. we go. I'm going to end this turn. Next game we have is called Deadly Tropics. It looks like it's an attempt to rip off Dead Island, which isn't a terrible game to rip off, but you would have to actually know what you're doing, and you'd have to be able to beat Dying Light, which the people who made the Dead Island 1 went on to making Dying Light and supporting it quite well. And this feels like this is more asset flips and the same zombie characters and the same animations. So that, yeah, this feels a lot like an attempt to make an asset flip game, not look like an asset flip game. It's 20% off for $2.39, which is probably pretty cheap for what most people would normally charge for these asset flip games, but it still doesn't work. Let's hit this and then attack here, and then attack here, then attack here. Yeah, I guess I have to just skip Deadly Tropics because there's not a lot of hope that it would be good, but there is room for another game like Dead Island that would be done right. Let's see. And this is 50, so there's really no reason to even do this. Let's just move over to the Americas account. That was short and simple. That's alright. Maybe then we won't have a post show because I'll get the Americas account done and we'll move on. Gamasutra has an article, the animation and game design details that make Iconoclast sing. Apparently it was a Twitch stream. Iconoclast seems like it's a game that doesn't immediately seem like it's interesting. Remember, this is a Gamasutra article, so this is probably the creators of the game Iconoclast. But maybe not. Oh, we do have a challenge a friend. And I'll have to put Tragic Master on blast because I tried to challenge a friend yesterday with him and he disconnected right at that point. So on my America's account I made a few wild things, but not a ton of them. Let's just do the Druid Helper. We don't really have to win. So the end of this article, so I guess this isn't the creator of Iconoclast, says, but in terms of the game, I mean, it's an action game. I want the action to have bosses that accompany that field that I've created. I think the short answer is that it's just like bosses, laugh. I just like bosses. They feel good to play. So, are they saying they put bosses in the Iconoclast? I guess they did. I don't really have a problem with them putting bosses in Iconoclasts or any game. So yeah, that was an article I didn't get the full story on, and then I closed the tab because I didn't really care. Probably was just advertisement. I'm still gonna stick with that theory. Next game we have on Steam is called Mystery Tales Alaskan Wild Collector's Edition. It is your standard adventure / hidden object game that we've seen, published by Big Fish Games, the #1 filler upper of Steam, because they always are filling Steam with more of these hidden object games for way too expensive. $12.99, no discount. Like every week there's at least one game coming out from the Big Fish game. Here's next tab was the ethics policy for techraptor.com. Oh, it's techraptor.net. I was going to read that later. I don't have time to read it now. Again, looking for feedback. Should I introduce techraptor.net as a valid news source? Do you have any other suggestions for any other news source? We already talked about this. Did we already talk about the Summer Games Done Quick 2018 schedule? Let's see. I don't think we did. Let's see. I think we actually did. So I'm just gonna say yes, the Summer's Games Done Quick schedule is out there if you want to watch that stuff live. I personally find it a lot easier to pick and choose what I actually want to watch through their Summer Games Done Quick YouTube channel and watch things a little bit later. That also makes it a lot easier to skip things. Like, if you think about it, the content during Summer Games Done Quick, Awesome Games Done Quick, is wasting a lot of the viewer's time. There's a lot of wait times and breaks and setup in between each stream. But then there's also a lot of times when people are just kind of grinding. Like, it's not always interesting to watch from the beginning to the end of a game, even if you're using cheats, even if you're speedrunning. There's points where when I watch it on YouTube, I'm double clicking to skip 10 seconds forward, skipping 5 minutes forward. I'm doing everything in my power to try and have the maximum amount of time used efficiently. Try not to waste my time. Next game on Steam is called Police Patrol. Is this an asset flip game? Probably. While you're driving around a police car, it says action, indie, casual, racing, strategy. Honestly, I don't feel like a Police Quest style police on patrol game would be that interesting. I don't think Police Quest itself was actually that interesting of a game. Police Patrol doesn't seem like it really is even that. It seems more like you're just driving as a police officer crashing into people. It's 30% off for 69 cents. It's part of some bundles, like 2 different bundles. Let's see. It's from a publisher that has all kinds of bad games on Steam. Like, you could just go through the entire list of publishers and you could look at the entire list of publishers that have ever published on Steam and kick out a significant amount of them for just putting garbage on Steam. Like, not a single one of their car games is even worth mentioning. There were some real racing games that came out a few years ago, maybe half a decade ago, where you would play like The Crew. Maybe you can play as the police. That would sort of make sense in being a feature in a much larger racing game, but I don't think racing as the police is that interesting and can keep people's attention. There's a not recommended review for this game. It says it has some positives, but with only 4 levels, there's not much to do. There are games better than that are free. So yeah, I will leave it at that. Police Patrol, another game. Like, very, very low percentages of games that that are actually worth wishlisting. In fact, solo, I don't believe we've run into a single game so far. And this is my third recording today. I don't think we've run into a single game that breaks down as to one that should have been wishlisted. Let's do this, and then this, and then this, and then this, I guess. Next game we have is called Neon Void Runner. It has a problem of black backgrounds and being monochrome, in that it's this neon blue, shades of neon blue. Looks like an infinite runner platformer with the ability to shoot forward, but not actually, I think, break too many things with your ability to shoot in a forward direction. Let's see, 30% off for $1.39. It's another game from the same publisher, Otaku Maker SARL. Its developer is Falco Software. What's weird about this publisher and developer is they're putting out some very random games that doesn't strike to me as the same group of people making the same games, and they're just trying to flood the market. 30% off for $1.39. Let's see, what do we want to do? Alright, close that tab, move on to the next one. Next game we have is called Bitcoin Night, which, again, anything with Bitcoin in the name you might as well just ignore. What's weird about this is, despite its bad name, it looks like somebody is trying to make something along the lines of Ghosts and Goblins. Like, they put some effort on the life and, I guess, experience bar or a stamina bar. It's early access action adventure. There's an actual trailer on it, an actual menu in the trailer. Why you're specifically showing the menu in the trailer, I don't know. Let's see. But there's not quite enough here for this early access game. Even though it's 10% off for 89 cents, the fact that it says it has 5,000 achievements, which is not true because it includes 3,655 achievements. So they've gotten to the point where they're like just lying. It says 5,000 achievements coming soon. Like, this is an achievement game. And that sucks because it looks like there's some assets here. Maybe they're asset flips, but looks like you could have made something good. Let's go and play this. And hit this. And hit this. This. That. That. And that. Detroit Become Human goes gold. Demo launches April 24th. That is interesting, but apparently you can also ask Alexa for guidance and information. What's At least that's the subtitle for this Gematsu article. But what's interesting here is this Gematsu article is probably going to be the only article that even bothers to mention any of this. Detroit Become Human comes out on PS4 May 25th. Because in the meantime, I think somewhat fairly, and this also sounds, to my understanding, kind of just the way things work in the French press. The Quantic Dreams, the company that made Detroit Become Human, is suing the French press for defamation, effectively, because of them running stories that working in Quantic Dreams was a toxic work environment. And I think they might have some standing. Like, this potentially might be the same thing as the Channel Awesome thing. This might be the next step towards infiltration and trying to destroy the video game industry from the inside, is or destroy everything from the inside, frankly, is have people who are upset for one reason or another work for a company and then come out and say that company is a toxic work environment. Honestly, by my own definition, I would say almost every work environment is slightly toxic to extremely toxic. Like, it's just people trying to work together, so there's going to be a little bit of conflict, there's going to be little problems, there's going to be issues. You have to be realistic there. But particularly in the example of Quantic Dreams, from what I remember off the top of my head, this was literally the IT department got fired for refusing to do their jobs because they were trying to get somebody else fired, and because they were making funny images, and then some of the less funny versions of the images were found by the IT department but never shared publicly. Like, they photoshopped the head of the CEO of Quantic Dreams onto the body of like a porn star, a male porn star, and the IT department got like super butthurt about it. I mean, you can't really say anything out about other than that. And then they stopped doing their job, and then they got fired for not doing their jobs, and then they leaked this story that got put out. And then a lot of people ran with it because they felt like that was probably true. Or they felt like that would get them some coverage. But now, ignoring the past, because I think we'll probably even see Quantic Dream win some kind of relief in the French court systems for the articles that were published. But just the fact that they are suing a press agency somewhere is going to make particularly the Western video game reporters, who for the most part are not super ethical, they're going to take a position and take a side with the French journalists. And because of that, they are going to specifically not bother or even try to talk about the release date or talk about Detroit Becoming Human. This will be the next thing that I rant about, almost certainly, is that after this game comes out and you start seeing reviews on May 25th, you'll probably see not that many reviews, and you'll probably see a lot of unfairly negative reviews for the game, just because the video game media will be like, how dare you attack the media, we're always right, we're always perfect. This is again what Gamergate was. So this could be the potential of a new Gamergate, that where someone was criticizing a journalist, several journalists who were sleeping with the creator of Depression Quest, and because instead of the rest of the journalists going, you know what, you probably, that is unethical, you shouldn't be sleeping with, and then writing articles about Depression Quest and not disclosing things at the very least. Instead, Kotaku and Polygon, I'm sure, was in it too, and I think even Giant Bomb was somewhat involved in it. They all decided to defend what they had been doing for decades that had been wrong. And I imagine that's very similar to what's going to happen here. Well, that was a challenge of friend for an 80. And we played a decent number of Battlecry things. Let's see, so we need to switch this one around. I should have done that before. Win 2 games, any class, win 3 games with the Hunter Mage. Not too bad. And we're already at ranked 20, so we might as well just continue to try. So let's try the Secrets Hunter deck. Moving on to the next article, PC Gamer has Darkest Dungeon class mod, adds Dark Souls Dark Wraith. As somebody who hasn't gotten around to playing Darkest Dungeon, I don't particularly like the idea of a mod adding even more classes, particularly classes from Dark Souls, but I imagine I'm certainly the opposite of the target market for that. I imagine for people who have played through Darkest Dungeon all the way through and they're ready for something new, a new mod would be interesting. Of course, the question is, are people still playing Darkest Dungeon that much? Maybe some people are, maybe some people aren't. Let's see. Tragic Master says, thank you for the game. You milled my cube I needed for the 1-turn kill. When I get 6 Ragnaroses on the board. Smiley face, good game. Yep. That was what I was trying to do, was mill him, but I'm not sure I actually would have succeeded if he was not helping me. Your Gamer has an article. A new Doom movie is in the works. 13 years after Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson starred in Doom, a new movie based on id Software famous first-person shooter is in the works. So almost certainly it's not going to be The Rock again. Because there was that little kerfluffle where somebody said that The Rock's latest movie, Rampage, was way better than Doom, and he agreed, and id Software is like, come on, Dwayne, you were in that movie, you worked for us, don't spit on your own work. So the question is, can you get a good movie out of Doom, or is it just a cheap license to do monsters in a space station? I mean, just to do an Aliens ripoff and have maybe a little bit of legal protection to not claim that there's going to be an alien, that it's an Aliens ripoff. Not that there's plenty of movies out there that are effectively just doing Aliens ripoffs and that's it. What was that? The Cloverfield Paradox on Netflix probably could be called an Aliens ripoff if I was to guess. I watched The Arrival this weekend, and boy, is that an artsy movie. It's not. It's too slow of a movie, though. Like, I think they needed to speed it up. I think they needed to probably put some more twists in it, put some more characters in it. Mostly a 2 or 3 stage film, so the budget was probably cheaper than you might think. But a Doom movie, what can you really do about it? Let's see. Here's the exact Twitter thing. Dwayne the Johnson goes, wow, very cool Rampage news. Not pointing to the scoreboard yet, but it seems we may have finally broken the dreaded video game curse. And remember, I starred in the stinker Doom, so #1, so I have lived thy curse. And then Doom just tweeted him, Dwayne, period. So I guess they just are calling him out. Let's see if a minion died this turn. So it costs 1. So we'll do that. And then we'll do this and this. And then the turn. Yeah, I don't know how you tell a story in Doom when even the game itself of Doom didn't want to really tell a story. Seems kind of pointless. And in all seriousness, if you're going to spend the budget to make monster movies, why make a Doom monster movie when you could remake several other of the like NBC classic Universal monster movies, or you could which they I guess have given up on that now, or you could have done a Hellraiser movie that was decent, or a Clive Barker based movie of any of his stories or any of his ideas. Why not bring out some of the characters from like the Sandman series? There's a couple monsters I think you could probably get in that. Let's see. Yeah, these video game license. I think they probably should just stop with them. Like, it just doesn't work. Or if you're gonna video game license something, do The Dig. Like, you could make a movie based on The Dig. It basically was a movie in the first place. Do some of these walking simulators. Do The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. That's pretty much a straightforward story. Moving on, Gematsu has Sword Art Online Fatal Bullet DLC Ambush of the Imposters launching April 26th in Japan. Sword Online Fatal Bullet is available now for the PS4, Xbox One, and PC, I believe worldwide. So some more DLC for anybody who likes the worst part, potentially. No, I can't say that. That's wrong. Clearly, the Alpha and Online section of Sword Art Online is worse than Fatal Bullet. The second worst out of 3 parts that I can think of Sword Art Online. Frankly, as a game, I would still prefer .hack/ in those many crazy games over Sword Art Online. I mean, you could make a good game based on the concept, but you would just be making a good RPG, a fast-paced RPG. Moving on. PC Gamer has an article, Yuko's YOKU Island Express, the Sonic Spinball meets Studio Ghibli side-scroller, has a release date. First I've heard of this game. Let's watch this trailer. Let's skip through it and see how much gameplay this is. I may have talked about this game. It's due out May 9th, and it's going to cost $19.99. It looks good, actually. Let's just kill this guy. Yeah, may have finally found, after well over 2.5 hours of gameplay, I may have finally found something worth playing. This pinball Metroidvania adventure game, Yuku's Island Express, coming out May 29th. This is one I think a lot of people are going to miss because I haven't seen any coverage for it. I could see it getting pretty annoying if it's too long of a game, but I think it's good. And I really liked Sonic Spinball for the brief opportunities I had to play it. I probably would have gotten bored with it eventually pretty fast. But I like the idea of mixing Spinball and a character, mixing pinball and a character that can sort of move sometimes. Let's see. If I do this, and then this, and then that. Next game we have on Steam is called Tennis King VR. This is from the same developer who brought you Archery Kings VR and Ping Pong Kings VR, Badminton and Squash Kings VR. It's all the same program with just a different game built around it. It actually looks pretty good, but I believe the prices are a little too high. $14.99 plus a several $100 VR headset to implement the same concept over and over again. You're swinging your arms and playing against AI. Although, to be fair, the tennis version of this game will probably catch more people's attention than the badminton version of the game. It's really, the Kings VR series should be something that Oculus Rift just buys and gives away for free with the purchase of an Oculus Rift. That was the genius of the Nintendo Wii, is that everybody got Wii Sports and everybody played Wii Sports to learn how to use the controllers. Well, I can't really do anything, so this is just a race for the face, and I'm going to lose. Gamasutra has a job listing for Sucker Punch game, Sucker Punch Productions. If you want to be a lighting artist, let's see, Sucker Punch Productions. Let's see what they made. I've heard of them. They produced the Sly Cooper series and Infamous. So, like, well, I wonder what they're working on now. Is it a new Infamous for PlayStation? That would make sense. When I go to their website, it's a game called Ghost of Tsushima. Tsushima is the game that I guess they're working on. Yeah. Infamous First Light, Infamous Second Son, Infamous Festival of Blood, Infamous 2, Infamous 1, and the Sly Collection. So this new game, Ghost of Tsushima, is... Let's see what this is all about. So close. So close. If I could just do 2 more damage. Let's watch the trailer. And yeah, this will be a PlayStation game. Yeah, it seems like you'll be playing as like a samurai in an epic, like, ancient samurai times. Yeah, we'll see how well a Seattle-based Western company can make a samurai game. It looks like a AAA game. But yeah, I could certainly see why they would want a lighting director, because you're going to be in some dark areas with dramatic lighting. Alright, that didn't work. What was the other thing we needed? Mage. If Hunter doesn't work, Mage. See, I made a freeze elemental and then a custom mage. a secret mage. I think we should play casual, and we should move on. Next game we have is called Catanoid, CATANOD. Now, I believe this is supposed to be like electricity. So, you're supposed to connect positive particles to negative particles to positive particles to negative particles to balance things. It's 40% off for $1.79. It has no reviews on it. The problem with this game is it looks like it's a one-screen game and it's super simple. It's just labeled as indie. It's from a developer who's made nothing else. It's from a publisher who's made nothing else. This must be a HS replay deck. I don't think I'd ever make a deck like this. Like, you basically, if you're gonna do electronics, you need just like an electronics education simulator software. You might as well just jump into actually learning electronics instead of having a middle ground game that is only introducing or playing around one simple concept of electronics. And electronics are a pretty complicated concept, so it says it has 30 plus levels, which isn't much. Oh, by the way, right now, Ori and the Blind Forest Definitive Edition is 50% off. If anybody wants to get that. I believe I already have that myself, but I'll double check, I guess. Just open that in a new tab. Yeah, this isn't enough of a pitch for that value, for that price. Just keep on playing. Freeze the menu. If it's already frozen, destroy it. Okay. Let's end the turn. I may still have a ton of news. Your Gamer has an article, The Unlikely Origin of Street Pass and a Mario DS game you never knew about. There's something the CEO Iwata wants to tell you personally. Let's see. Then it seems like it goes on for several paragraphs. So, yeah, there's a whole article here. And frankly, I don't care about where the Street Pass or a Mario DS game came from enough to really care. Let's see. We'll hit this. And this. And we'll just go ahead and hit this. Rock Paper Shotgun has an article. House Marquee hints at Battle Royale flirtation with Storm Divers. See, I guess I'm gonna have to applaud Rock Paper Shotgun because I only get like one of their article every other days. So they are not just flooding Twitter with articles. Now, here's the question. When is Storm Divers coming out? Like, there's no announcement date. I'm looking at a trailer that seems to be mostly just showing background areas and not much anything else. It's just showing empty forests. By the time Storm Divers comes out, it's very possible the Battle Royale genre will have come and gone. Let's play this. Now you have 3 random mage cards. Next game we have on Steam is just called Downtown. And this looks really good, but I suspect it's still just an asset flip. It's people running around mostly an empty city that looks pretty good. Let's see. Early access indie action simulation RPG. Here it is. The description. You move to live in the city downtown. Try to get out of poverty in the city, which is ruled by the police and the mafia. It's just an excuse to have people running around. It claims to be rated teen for teen. Early access 10% off for $15 and 29 cents. Let's see. Reviews. Not recommended. You can't turn off monitor blur. There are no settings. The only server has 0 people and 180 ping from the east coast of the US. I would recommend just playing Gary's mod than this piece of blanking blank that the devs call a game. Instead of being downtown, you should call it a game. Call this game Down in the Trash Can when it plays. Next not recommended review. Game is a piece of garbage. Quickest refund in my entire life. 0 out of 10 for the motion blur. Wow. So not only are you getting an asset flip garbage game, you're getting a lot of motion blur, which nobody likes. Let's see. Am I hitting this? Oh, I should have just played that. That was a mistake. Next game we have on Steam is called Kitten Life Simulator from Playloft. Now, Playloft has made some games to the point where I at least know their name. But actually, I guess maybe I'm thinking of a different company because mostly it's just neutral rated games. Here. So it's like Goat Simulator, except for you're playing as kittens and the graphics don't look that good. It does seem like it might have a little bit of ideas behind it and be a little bit more cartoony and fun, but it's 30% off for $3.49. Let's see if anybody actually has let's see. Add some mage cards into my hands. See if anybody's bought this game and reviewed it. It's got a lot of screenshots and advertising shots that aren't screenshots. And it's got 2 positive reviews and that's it. But when you look at the actual screenshots versus the advertising pictures, you can definitely see this is lower quality than what they're advertising. I would like to see something like a game like this come out. I mean, Swery's been trying to make a kitten life simulator for quite a while. Let's just do this. And then this. And then that. Well, that worked. Two more victories. Steam, I bet, won't recommend me any kind of other kitten-related games. The Bad Rat Show, which is allegedly one of the worst games ever. Or seems like people really hate it. I'm going to have to play it, I imagine. Just for as bad as everybody else is saying it. Yeah, I have to give Kitten Life Simulator a pass. I'll keep my eyes out for a good one. Even Goat Simulator, though, to be fair, isn't really a good game. So no real surprise that there's not been any great animal simulator games on PC. Most of them, I imagine, would only come out for like a Nintendo genre, like a Nintendo console. And see, I may, just maybe, out of news. So that'll be interesting. I'm looking at PC Gamer hawking things. You can get a Kingston A400 240 gigabyte SATA 3 SSD for $70 at Newegg, which is probably close, if not exactly the amount you'd pay any other day. I'm thinking I do need another SSD hard drive, and it's probably not going to be that big, because I need somewhere between 120 and 240 gigabytes just to have extra space for footage. I've got tons of Hearthstone footage I need to upload, so there's a decent chance I won't even really play Darksiders 2 well, tomorrow or later today. Probably not later today at all. I'm just still gonna try and slightly recover from an ear infection. It's probably not the smartest idea to wear headphones even now, which locks in moisture and just makes it worse, I'm sure. PC Gamer has an article, Help Demons Come to Terms with Their Crappy Jobs in the Doom mod Mr. Friendly. What does this really do? Like, So I don't know what you're doing. It seems like you're given little quests in Doom to specifically keep the monsters in Doom 1, the original Doom game, happy. So it says like locate one demon jacket, hunt down one nice app, find one boom, find 3 fanny packs, find 3 things. So you're collecting pretty much the same things that you would collect if you're playing as the bad guy in Doom, except for you're helping them. In actual practical playability, I think you're mostly just going to be wandering around Doom levels as before, just not shooting now, which really takes all the fun out of playing Doom. Alright. We'll play this to freeze them, and then we'll just place this. And then we'll attack here, and then the turn. Let's see. Cold Iron Studios, based in San Jose, California, is looking for an associate producer. Let's see. Cold Iron is seeking an experienced associate producer to join us in creating a shooter set in the Alien universe for consoles and PC. Minimum of 2 years industry experience. Seems like there's really no actual degree requirements as far as education. Interesting. let's look at Cold Iron Studios and see what games they're made. Cold Iron Studios is a division of Fox Next Games, so this is an Aliens game, almost certainly. So the Fox wants to make an Aliens game. I guess that's not super surprising since there's talk and attempts to make a Aliens game. But their website really just says we're hiring in careers. So they're hiring a lot of people. No, it's not a terrible job for a newbie. Like, you're probably going to get laid off eventually anyways, so you can screw up pretty well in a job like that, and nobody's going to care too much. So that might be a nice entry level into the game industry type job. You're going to be funded well by Fox, at least better than most video game companies, I would assume. Probably going to make something in VR, if I was to guess. Let's see, do I really want to play Meteor? Or do I want to play more Elementals? I can do this. And then I can do this. And then the turn. Next game we have on Steam is just called Minesweep. Minesweep. It's from a developer who has made a bunch of just low quality, maybe not fake games, but low quality games. The thing about making a Minesweeper game is there's already a Minesweeper game on Steam that I covered that's pretty good. So you don't need more than one, particularly when you're making this game that does not look like it's a real improvement in any way whatsoever. It's 40% off for 59 cents. It says it's early access. Why does it need to be early access for a Minesweeper game of all the games in the world that you should be able to have completely finished? Arguably, maybe Tabletop Simulator is not the one game you would want. Man, I wish I could kill this guy and the other guys, but whatever. Like, I don't think Tabletop Simulator works well as a Minesweeper game, but there's definitely one I already own. Let's see. There's 4 negative reviews. None are in my language, according to that. Let's see. A first negative review is not worth the money, at least yet. Even on hard, it's not hard. It's only bigger, and that's all. No achievements, no quests. I play Minesweeper on Windows 10. I have, unfortunately, more motivation. And I also don't think the graphics look nice. Everything is plain. And let's see. The rest of them are Japanese negative recommendations, and I wholeheartedly agree with the negative recommendations. This is not the Minesweep for you. Let's see. Play this. Summon an elemental. And all the elementals will have life still. This. And this. And this. And this. And into turn. PC Gamer has an article, My Little Blacksmith Shop is relaxing and overwhelming at the same time. That's interesting. There's far too many games now where you play an RPG and a shopkeeper. Like, just too much of that is happening. And in this one, it feels like you're playing sort of an asset flip game with this crafting mechanic as a mandatory thing you have to do because you're the blacksmith. And so you're crafting items and giving them to customers, and I don't know if you actually ever leave your shop in this game. Seems like it'd be a pretty boring job that doesn't look that good. Yeah, why do you want to do a job in a game? Speaking of stupid games, next game we have on this list is called Dear Leader. Came out April 20th. I wanted to see if this would get flagged by now, and it hasn't. Hasn't gotten flagged. It's yet another Kim Jong-un game. Like, why do people keep doing this? This is stupid. 40% off for $5.39. There's clearly like one person or 20 people on Twitch or Steam that are just playing every single Kim Jong-un game they can get their hand on, and I should have played this. Totally should have played that. That was stupid of me. Like, there's one negative review. Says it's fine, I guess. Go look at my YouTube channel. PC Gamer has an article. Through the Ages is a superior civilization building game. When does it come out? It looks like a very complicated game, but I might get into it. It looks like it's a board game. Yeah, this is part of them playing board games and video games. So yeah, you could read that article if you want to. Alright, that was not the victory I wanted, but I'm gonna stick with Frost Mage, Frost Elemental, because I think there's actually ways to succeed with this deck. Here we have a game from April 20th called Final Battle. It says it has nudity, sexual content, RPG, adventure things, adventure and casual gameplay. It looks like an RPG maker. To be fair, though, this is actually good animation when it zooms in and shows the characters. And the characters are in scantily clad clothing, the main female character. It seems like you'd be playing something like Final Fantasy 1, 2, or 3, some of those early ones, with the characters modded so that their armor clothing is more scantily clad than normal. Problem with any game like this is you're gonna put out so much effort to see so little. It's from a developer who has only made this game on Steam. It's only got 7 achievements, so it's not an achievement hunter. 20% off for $5.59. Let's see. Is there some kind of nude patch mentioned in the description? Let's scroll down. Doesn't seem like there is anything. Just keep on playing over here too. There's only one positive review. It says, very nice short game, awesome character artwork, and a lot of fan service, nothing hardcore though. The short, arid dialogues are also well done. My only complaints are it's a bit too short and needs more towns and NPCs because the naked comments are so fun to read. Lol. Can't wait for the next game from this developer. See, if I was of the theory, and this would be a very misguided theory, that YouTube was going to let up on its demonetization stuff, I could see myself playing a game like this that promises me or comes close to promising me that it will walk up to the line but not cross whatever YouTube's line is. The problem is YouTube is always changing its line and not telling me what its line is. And if you're telling me this is a short RPG experience, it then gets on a list of potential RPG games I might play. Although the real question is, why would I want to play this versus Final Fantasy 1, 2, 3? Some of those early games, some of those games that may have been remastered, some of those games that will have better stories. And frankly, if this game is just going to be a tease with the nudity, then why? Who wants to watch that? Yeah, it's really, really hard to justify any of this. Like, a game that's short, it's hard to justify. A game that I couldn't put coverage on YouTube. But it does look good. So I do have to applaud Final Battle for at least not having the low quality animation that we tend to see when people make these. And it still feels like it's an RPG Maker game. And I think that there's a lot of argument to say this is still going to just be an RPG Maker and it's not going to have enough effort for it. So yeah, I gotta close that one. Princess Maker 5 is coming to PC via Steam this April. This is following the releases of Princess Maker Refine, which is a remake of Princess Maker 1, Princess Maker 2 Refine, and Princess Maker 3. So I guess at some point we missed Princess Maker 4, or they didn't make a 4 because they didn't want to use the number 4, because the number 4 sounds like the word for die in Japanese. Let's see. This would not work well. I didn't do that right either. I should have used the coin and done that. So I'm just kind of in the turn. What makes Princess Maker as a series notable is it's developed by Gainax, the creators of Neon Genesis Evangelion and Gurren Lagann. It's a daughter-raising simulator game where you're going through the life cycle of a princess and you're scheduling out what she's going to spend her day on, whether she's going to go do archery training or maths or things like that, and that will give you one of multiple endings on what kind of princess she turns out to be, where there, at least in Princess Maker 3, was an ending where she could be a pure saint, or she could be a complete devil, and all kinds of endings in between. You kind of would need a walkthrough in a modern time to play a game like this. This was a game that made a lot more sense in the 80s and 90s when you only had a very limited number of games and almost infinite amount of time. The other thing that makes Princess Maker sort of nefarious is that there was some kind of nude mod or nude Easter egg in Princess Maker. So you've got this princess who was naked, but I mean, that was, to my recollection, as far as it ever went, there was nothing actually sexual in it. Which that gets into the Japanese like bathing together stuff, and it's just how much the West overreacts to certain things. Like, if you're coming into a Princess Maker game for nudity, you're going to be sorely disappointed. But it is a notable series. Hey, I finally found a game that got kicked off Steam. I don't know what it was called, but when I clicked on the tab and it reloaded, as it does for my Chrome browser, it reloaded back to the Steam website, Steam main store, which tells me that game has been removed. Or moved. Hero power also freezes people. Let's see. Start with this. Do this. And we've got to take some people out. Freeze this guy. Kill this one. Play this. I think my hero power freezes other people. It does, but I had already used it. Darn it. We have a game on Steam called Edvog Explorer game. Looks like garbage. It's a 3D, like, flying around a 3D maze game. This looks like a 90s attempt at something nobody's ever seen before, and I can kind of tell you from the look of it, it didn't succeed. It says it's a casual video game like no other, an amazing indie game. Test your gaming skills. A special third-person camera view, original levels, and good graphics for smooth gameplay. It says it's a 3D player action simulation. How can it be action when you say there's no violence in it? Like, explain that one to me. I'm not going to immediately say that's not true. I'm just going to say I would like an explanation. Well, whatever. This game looks like garbage. It's 40% off for $1.79. It's got no reviews. No surprise there. It came out on the 18th of November. Then I think I already covered this game. Rogue Buddies Aztec Gold. It came out the 20th. It has no reviews. It looks like a Terraria clone, except for your side-scrolling and platforming. It has, I guess, the Terraria artistic style, but it's more about running and gunning and more like a Contra game. $2.99. Let's see. There's one positive review, and that's it. So that's not worth anything. Let's close that. And that puts me at the Humble store. I'll go and greet him. Let's see, the strategy bundle ends in 16 hours. And the Vegas Pro software bundle ends in 1 day. And I guess we're just waiting for the next bundle. I haven't bought a bundle in 3 or 4 months at this point. But I mean, I have plenty of games too, so it's hard to really make an issue about that. It's just kind of, I want to always increase my list of games I have. Let's go back to see if we got some other Hunter games. I really wonder, maybe I should just play Wild Casual, Secret Hunter, like, or maybe play Ranked. Even since I'm so low at Ranked on Wild, that might be helpful. So we're back to my Twitter account, and let's see. I probably need to get rid of Tim Schafer's Twitter feeds. He just doesn't post enough. About Double Fine, the company he runs, and posts a little bit too much about other things that are not video game related in any real way. So this is an all secrets deck designed to play secrets. So let's get rid of these two because we don't need those. Apparently Star Trek Anniversaries just launched. It's on Steam, which seems to be like a card-based game. Interesting. We'll look at that. Let's see. Play this in the turn. If this girl stays alive. Telltale Games might be another one to mute, because they certainly post a lot of, they retweet a lot of people that post about The Walking Dead, The Wolf Among Us. There we go. 5, 6. 5, 6, and 4 secrets. Apparently the decent successor Overlord is releasing next month. Descent being a old game. That was a nice try. Trying to see if there's any real news. Otherwise, I think we can probably just go into a little bit of a silent post show. It's probably not going to go too long. Maxis renames Sims 4 in-game insane trait to erratic. Why? I know the reason why. You gotta know the reason why. There's some offended person somewhere was offended by the trait in The Sims being labeled insane instead of erratic. And it's like, and I'm sure some other person will be offended with this new change, and it will just never stop. I don't even care about The Sims. Sims is a pretty awful game. Let's see, well, I need to be able to play a secret to upgrade this, and since I'm full on secrets, I cannot play anymore until one of these triggers. Let's see, Xbox games for gold for May includes Vanquish, Metal Gear Solid 5, and more. According to PC Gamer, I really don't care about that. Let's see, the $2 million PUBG Global Invitational 2018 is coming to Berlin in July. Let's see. I saw a lot of people still doing the GameStruck 4. I still don't feel like there's I could narrow it down to 4 games and be accurate or reasonable. There you go. So next turn I can play that. Yeah, it looks like I'm gonna win here. New Dragon Ball Fighters DLC character has been revealed, according to GameSpot. Nobody that I follow even cares. Let's go ahead and do this, and then this, and then the turn. PC Gamer says, does Braid deserve its status as the iconic breakthrough indie game? I imagine they will say yes. I think so too, even though I have almost a personal problem with Braid in that they put music into it that they then content ID'd and claimed like crazy and wasted an entire series I had made. Honestly, I could probably go back and play Braid and I believe another game that was made by the same company now and not care about it since I'm not monetized anyways. But it left such a bitter taste in my mouth. I don't care to cover games that aren't going to let me at least get a few pennies back when I could get a few pennies on ad revenue for the effort I was putting in to criticize and create content based on their content, create derivative works. Let's see, play this and this in the turn. It'd be funny if I lose here. I suppose it's possible it could happen. Still scrolling down. There's a stunning sci-fi shooter called Beacon that launches next week. I think we'll talk about a lot of this Wednesday. This and this in the turn. So 2 hours ago, Resident Evil Biohazard 5 number 15 aired on my channel. That's one of the series that is now airing on a daily pace because it was just such a long series. So you may have missed some on the weekend if you're trying to keep up on that. This is amazing and indicative of a larger problem and scary. The Hearthstone executive producer Hamilton Chu has left Blizzard. So Ben Brode may be taking a lot of people with him, or the important people with him. So like the thing here is my tinfoil hat determination was that Ben Brode was fired when he was told, I suspect, to fire a significant portion of the rest of the team, and he refused, and then he got fired. So now I suspect that we're gonna find more people are going to leave with him. Man, I really did lose. Interesting. Or not interesting. Mid-range hunter at rank 25. Let's see. YouTube creators congratulating Maya's World and Monday Motivation for getting an award. Yep. PC Gamer says Tyler Ninja Blevins has broken his own Fortnite streaming record with 667,000 concurrent viewers. I imagine he'll probably break his own record multiple times over and over until something happens. Still scrolling down for new news. And then earlier, YouTube creator says, let's give Ashley Smith some new faves. Who do you recommend to post on a regular? Like, so YouTube, at least on its Twitter thing, feed is definitely picking and choosing winners and losers on who they want to be popular. One of the things that the YouTube Creator Studio was talking about is what the new dashboard for YouTube's video manager should be, because right now with the current dashboard, it is the most useless thing. It's not part of your workflow at all. You don't go to it. There's never any new news. There's never any actionable information on it. You just don't even look at it. You're not even on that page. Whereas a proper dashboard would be surmising, look, you got this many impressions, this many views, this many click-throughs, this many dollars in revenue. You've got these comments that you need to deal with. These are the videos that aired recently. These are the videos that are scheduled to air later. Like, the dashboard should be your quick reminder of you've got all these things to work on, and it really wasn't. And one of the main things about the dashboard is there's no single place, and that's why I'm talking about the YouTube Creators Studio and YouTube Creators Twitter feed and Susan Wojcicki's feed and the YouTube blog that I don't even follow. Like, there's not a single place to get information about, are the servers having trouble uploading videos, or is it my internet? Like, should I try to live stream right now, or is it going to be really bad? Is there anything anybody could do to improve, or at least know what's going on with YouTube? Are comments delayed? Are notifications delayed? Or are the servers and uploads delayed? Is there a known issue that's happening? Like, all of that should be on the dashboard of the new one. And at the very least, they are pandering to creators and saying, yes, we've realized that that's the case. Apparently there's a new Earth Defense game coming to PC. And I'm gonna have a ton of news articles I think by the time I'm done with this game. Let's see. See. Keep on scrolling down. 3 hours ago, Strider number 9 aired on my channel. I was very surprised about Strider. YouTube creators retweeting some other people, promoting people. They certainly got a memo, I would say, to promote some of these people. Did VidCon happen recently? That would be my question. Did VidCon happen and the right people talk to the right people, and so now the nepotism is happening? PC Gamer has an article. The Final Fantasy VII Remake aims for quality that surpasses the original. Wow. What a ridiculously low bar. Like, no duh. Of course, you're aiming for better quality than the previous version of your game. If you can't accomplish that, what are you doing? I remastered this game. It looks worse, but the sound is great. Or it works better. Like, that's not gonna work in a audio-visual media. You gotta get all three. You gotta get the audio, you gotta get the visual, and you gotta get the interactability in a video game. I guess it's a AVI media would be a potential good descriptor. Let's see. Divine Shield, +3 help. Let's just go with Divine Shield. Let's see. PUBG Mobile first major update adds arcade mode and more, according to Tech Raptor. A lot of people talking about this game Phaland. It's getting too much coverage. I'm hitting the point where I'm starting to have some recognizable tweets and comments, so I'm thinking I might be almost done with the news. Of course, I'll have to scroll back up. Bionic Commando number 14 aired 4 hours ago on my channel. Let's see. Let's keep on playing. Let's keep on hitting the face. Keep on scrolling down Twitter to see if there's any more news. Let's see. Play that. That works. And attack here. Here. And do we want to try and protect ourselves? Because this is probably the one to kill, right? Yep. Let's see. Yeah, we don't need to talk about every single article that Rand Miller, the guy, one of the guys in charge of Cyan, talking about Myst and the new Myst game. I think we don't need to cover all that. Let's see if we do this and this, and we do that, and then that. I'm just gonna end the turn there. Gamasutra has a sponsored post on how to use Shopify to enable game developers to monetize with merchandise. That sounds awful. Playing a game and having it try to sell you products. Probably expensive products. I've been seeing a lot of Wish.com ads on YouTube. iPhone ads, Wish.com ads, and there's probably a third type of ad I've been seeing. There's a like Japanese or Korean game that looks like an anime that's an ad too. Yeah, that one's been playing a lot. It's something like Hokkaido Third Impact or something. But it's a very few number of ads. It's not like you're seeing 5 different iPhone ads. It's the exact same one iPhone ad 5 times a day. It's rather annoying. And I'm getting down to the point where I'm thinking maybe I should just sit through the whole ad and not skip it. That way I can never have to see the ad again, but there's really no guarantee that it works that way. Let's go ahead and end the turn there. And weirdly, I don't think I fixed the double posting on my Twitter feed. I have no clue what that is. Like, it probably is close to what I did, but I didn't do the right thing. I'd have to actually look and see. Though maybe I did fix it, and maybe I'm just not realizing I fixed it. I'm still scrolling down Twitter. Yeah, there's a few things we could talk about, but they're not video game related, like Vern Troyer, the actor who played Mini-Me. Like, I don't believe he actually acted in any video games, so it becomes difficult to justify discussing him. But he passed in what I'm assuming is an apparent suicide, and they're not being particularly forthcoming with facts, nor am I particularly caring to research it. Eurogamer had a well, Digital Foundry had a video talking about how useless in-game PC benchmarks are usually, and it's worth looking at, but I mean, the basics of it is in-game PC benchmarks are useless. They're not accurate, they're not representative, they give you higher numbers, they are advertisements. Sometimes you can get PC benchmark tools for free as like a demo before you buy the game, and so clearly it's designed to get more people to buy the game and think they can play the game even if they are going to have a bad experience. See, I need one more Rogue or Warrior victory, so let's like really cross our fingers and see if we can get this to work. I mean, I guess we could even come over here and try the combo Rogue. But you know what, why don't we just do this? This will probably be our last game. Let's see, I just started to see a couple of things I missed, so I don't know if I just overlooked them or what. Remember Minute? That was a game that was getting a lot of coverage for about a minute, and that was it. Like, the week has changed and all that coverage just went away. Not really surprising, and I guess that's probably why they didn't spend a lot of money trying to push it and hype it and get a hype train going for that game, is just the fact that it wasn't likely to really succeed beyond the first week or so of sales. Gamasutra has this video, the qualities of making that make for a good producer, from Gearbox, so that might be interesting for people to look at. Maybe not. I don't know how much of the production of Borderlands caused Borderlands to be such a success. Maybe a lot, maybe nothing at all. I would imagine at least it somewhat affected it. And man, I was somebody on Reddit was talking about how they wish there was more games like Borderlands 2, and I'm like, oh yeah, Borderlands 2 is over time only gotten more so the definitive best like co-op RPG experience there is. When you have to compare it to something like when you have to compare it to something like Call of Duty or one of those first-person shooter military games. It doesn't come anywhere close. Although that probably is heavily because of my own bias against games like Call of Duty. Let's see. So I've gone back up to the top of my Twitter feed and I've hit all of it. So let's just kind of focus and do as much as possible. The Scum VM announced some of their accepted projects for the Google Summer of Code, which I'm not sure how much of this is really even involves Google. And so the accepted projects for the summer will be trying to add better or more support for 2 Pink Panther games, a game called The Immortal, Star Trek the 25th Anniversary and Star Trek Judgment Rights, and The Longest Journey video game in not Scum VM but Residual VM, which is the 3D engine. So if those games get added, it will just push Scum VM further and further from being this thing that runs the Scum engine or emulates the Scum engine into this thing that just completely emulates so many old games. That everything works on it, which is fine for me. Star Trek Anniversaries came out today. Early access, is it? Yes. Free to play. It's labeled, it looks like a card game. Free to play casual strategy game. It's got some nice graphics. It's not any of the Star Trek Discovery Timeline stuff or anything like that. This does just look like it is. It's from a Puppet Master Games developer. This first game they've ever made. Requires a third-party EULA and a third-party account. Man, if I liked Star Trek a little bit more, it just did the Star Trek Discovery spin, though. Gotta take points away from that. Like the trailer, though, is not actually what the game looks like too much. The main game is a collectible card game. 47 people playing it right now in early access. I could see people getting into this if you're a Star Trek fan, but the problem is if you're a Hearthstone fan and you don't really care about Star Trek that much, like, it's gonna be impossible to play this. And it says it's coming in April for real. But I guess I'll wishlist it just to keep an eye on it. The game On Board for PC is a cell phone port. It doesn't look like it's anything worth mentioning. 40% off for 59 cents. I don't think anybody's gonna buy it. If there's a mobile version of that game, I think That would make a lot more sense. There we go. Overload, the sequel to Descent. Looks like the same gameplay concept as Descent, flying around in narrow corridors with an awkward flying style, I imagine. The full game for $25 right now, before it jumps up to $35 when it leaves early access. I think I would be more than willing to risk not ever having this game. Like, Overlord doesn't strike me as something really interesting. I don't even think I'd really have a reason to play Descent. This is just not gonna work. This is just not gonna work. And then Ensign 1, it looks a lot like Descent also. Space shooter flying game. It kind of has a Babylon 5-esque look to it, but I don't think it looks good enough to be like even that $1.49 with it being 25% off. Here you go. Not recommended. The gameplay on this game is lackluster. The controls are meh. Resolution cannot be adjusted. Key bindings and controllers cannot be adjusted. The developer put this on Steam November 13, 2014, and knowing full well he was not working on it and it is not being developed. Valve should be held responsible for this level of fraud. The developer stopped work on this project and admitted as much back in March 2013. So why is this on showing up now? It's because it says it came out April 23rd, 2018. So there are certainly some people that are just running cons. Deal 4 damage instead. Oh, this game Beacon that's launching next week, according to PC Gamers, launching on itch.io. So it's not even coming to Steam, so forget that. Well, I'm playing combo cards, which is what this deck is designed to do. So there's nothing wrong with the deck, I'm just playing the wrong one. So, no real news right now about Hamilton Chu also leaving Blizzard, but I suspect we're going to see some more stuff happen. Well, it's been probably an hour over on this recording. We have one victory to struggle through. I don't really even feel like there's a need to do a silent post show this is as good of a place as any to end the recording, and I'll just play this last game by myself without people watching. That's it for this recording. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. All that helps. When you subscribe, please make sure to click the notification bell. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me even further, gift me a game on Steam. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.